Every night for the last 3 million years, humanity has performed a ritual that, by all laws of nature, should have led to our extinction. We close our eyes. We surrender our senses. We fall into a state of total paralysis in a world filled with shadows and predators. In the brutal logic of the prehistoric wild, sleep was a death sentence, yet it became our greatest evolutionary advantage. To understand who we are today, we must first descend into the terrifying, silent depths of the primordial night. For the early hominids of the Pleistocene, the setting sun was not a signal for comfort, but a curtain falling on their only defense, sight. Imagine the immense weight of that darkness. There were no city lights, no embers of a controlled fire, only the oppressive velvet blackness of an African savanna. In this darkness, monsters were real. The saber-toothed cat and the giant hyena did not sleep when the moon rose, they hunted. And yet, despite the claws in the tall grass, our ancestors chose to succumb to the heavy pressure of their eyelids. They didn't just nap, they entered the deep neurological labyrinth of REM sleep. This is the great paradox of our history. Why would evolution preserve a trait that makes us so incredibly vulnerable? The answer lies in the hidden architecture of the dreaming brain. While the body lay still as a stone, the mind was working with a frantic, electric energy. It was during these hours of calculated risk that the human brain began to outpace every other creature on Earth. Sleep was not a period of inactivity. It was a biological laboratory. It was here that memories were stitched together, where the traumas of the day's hunt were processed, and where the first sparks of abstract thought were ignited. Our ancestors weren't just resting, they were upgrading their cognitive software under the cover of night. To survive the ground-level terror, they looked upward. The world's first bedrooms were not caves, but the swaying canopies of ancient trees. High above the reach of terrestrial hunters, tucked into nests of woven branches, the blueprint for human culture was born. In these arboreal sanctuaries, the first sense of home was established. It was a place of relative safety where the heart rate could slow, and the nervous system could finally disarm. Even now, millions of years later, when you feel the urge to pull a blanket tightly around your shoulders, you are echoing the ancient instinct of a creature seeking shelter from a world that never truly sleeps. As we peel back the layers of this primordial history, we find that the rhythms of the stars dictated the rhythms of our blood. The blue light of the moon and the deep indigos of the midnight sky became the chemical triggers for our internal clocks. This circadian rhythm is the oldest song humanity has ever known. It is a symphony of hormones and neurons that has played without interruption since the dawn of our species. In this section, we journey back to the very first night, to the moment when a weary hunter closed his eyes and, for the first time, began to dream of a world he could finally control. The transition from the swaying branches of the arboreal canopy to the solid, unyielding floor of the earth was not merely a change in geography. It was a fundamental restructuring of the human psyche. For millions of years, the ground had been a zone of absolute peril after the sun dipped below the horizon. To be on the earth in the darkness was to be a victim. But when our ancestors harnessed the power of fire, they did more than create warmth. They established the world's first psychological sanctuary. This mastery of the flame represents the single most significant turning point in the evolution of human rest, allowing for a depth of sleep that had previously been biologically impossible. In the pre-fire era, sleep was a fragile state, constantly interrupted by the necessity of balance and the persistent threat of falling. Our ancestors in the trees slept in a state of high-alert vigilance. However, the hearth changed the geometry of the night. The circle of firelight created a definitive boundary between the known and the unknown, between safety and the predatory void. Within this golden perimeter, the ancient, frantic rhythms of the survival brain began to slow. This stability allowed for the expansion of the REM, rapid eye movement, cycle. Scientists believe that once we moved to the ground and felt secure behind a wall of flame, our sleep became more efficient. We could afford to fall into a deeper, more paralyzing slumber because the fire, and the sentinels watching over it stood guard. This increase in sleep quality is directly linked to the rapid expansion of human cognitive abilities. The dreaming brain finally had the time and safety to process complex information, social structures, and technical innovations. The sensory environment of the fireside night also played a crucial role in our biological development. The specific light spectrum produced by burning wood, rich in reds and oranges, was perfectly aligned with our internal chemistry. Unlike the harsh blue light of the modern era which suppresses melatonin, the soft glow of the embers acted as a natural sedative. It signaled to the pineal gland that the day had truly ended, triggering a gentle descent into the subconscious. This was the birth of the social sleep architecture. No longer isolated in individual nests, the tribe huddled together. This physical proximity, combined with the rhythmic crackle of the wood and the warmth of the hearth, fostered a profound sense of communal security. The brain, sensing the presence and heartbeat of others, could finally disarm its defensive mechanisms. As the night progressed and the flames died down to a steady, rhythmic pulse of glowing coals, the human body entered a state of profound repair. This terrestrial sleep was longer and more restorative than the fragmented rest found in the trees. It was during these fireside centuries that the human mind began to bridge the gap between animal instinct and cultural expression. The hours spent in the twilight of the fire, the time between the last meal and total unconsciousness, became a space for the first glimmers of abstract thought. We began to contemplate the shadows on the cave walls, interpreting them as spirits or stories. Fire didn't just protect our bodies, it illuminated our imagination, turning the act of sleeping into a ritual of reflection. This evolutionary shift ensured that we emerged from the darkness of the Pleistocene not just as survivors, but as dreamers capable of reshaping the world. As we venture further into the history of human rest, we descend from the open canopies and fireside hearths into the silent, limestone catacombs of the earth. The cave was the world's first true bedroom, a stone sanctuary that offered a level of sensory deprivation completely unknown to the surface world. In these lightless voids, sleep underwent its most profound transformation. It was no longer merely a biological necessity for survival. It became a portal to the unseen world. The absolute stillness of the deep cave provided a unique neurological environment where the boundaries between external reality and internal subconscious began to blur, effectively giving birth to the first expressions of human creativity and the dawn of symbolic thought. Archaeological evidence from sites such as Lascaux in France and Altamira in Spain suggests that early humans did not just inhabit the sunlit entrances of caves. They journeyed deep into their pitch-black bellies to find rest and to dream. In the absolute silence of the Earth's crust, the brain's internal chatter becomes deafeningly clear. Without the distractions of the wind, the rustle of leaves, or the shifting shadows of the forest, the dreaming mind was allowed to manifest its internal imagery with a startling, crystalline clarity. This environment acted as the world's first laboratory of the mind. Here, in the damp and the dark, the first dream diaries were written, not on parchment or paper, but in charcoal, ochre, and manganese upon the cold stone walls. The magnificent depictions of galloping bison, towering stags, and enigmatic handprints were likely the remnants of visions captured in the liminal space between waking and sleeping. The environmental conditions of the cave served as a natural cradle for the human nervous system. The constant, cool temperature and the rhythmic, metronomic dripping of water from stalactites acted as a prehistoric white noise, lulling the body into a state of profound physical relaxation. Within this cocoon of stone, the human body could fully surrender its defenses, reaching depths of non-REM sleep that facilitated intense cellular repair and physical recovery. Yet, it was the REM, rapid eye movement, cycle that truly flourished in the darkness. The cave amplified the internal light of the mind. As our ancestors lay in the dark, Their brains processed the day's traumas and the tribe's rituals, projecting these memories onto the inner screen of the eyelids. When they woke, they reached for the torch and the pigment, attempting to anchor these fleeting, ghostly images to the physical world, creating a bridge between the dream world and reality. This period marks the definitive birth of the inner life. Sleep in the cave was a ritual of descent and rebirth. Every morning, as the sun's first rays touched the cave entrance, the sleepers emerged from the womb of the earth, carrying with them the insights of the other world. The darkness was not perceived as a place of fear, but as a place of revelation. It was the first time in our evolutionary journey that we recognized the power of the subconscious landscape. By choosing to sleep in the deep dark, we began to value the unseen as much as the seen. The art we find today in these ancient chambers is a testament to the first humans who mastered the art of the deep rest, proving that our greatest innovations often begin in the quietest, most hidden moments of our lives. This ancient relationship with the subterranean dark established a neurological blueprint that still exists within us today. The primal need for a quiet, dark sanctuary to process the complexities of existence. As the human story expanded across the continents, our ancestors stepped out of the permanent shadows of caves and into the vast, open embrace of the migratory life. This was the era of nomadic rhythms, a time when the architecture of rest was dictated not by stone walls, but by the celestial movement of the stars and the seasonal migration of the herds. To be a nomad was to live in a state of constant, rhythmic flux, where the act of sleeping was an intimate dialogue with the Earth's natural cycles. The sky was no longer just a canopy, it was the world's most ancient clock, a glittering map of navigation and a silent guardian of the night. Sleeping in the open air transformed the human sensory experience of rest. Unlike the insulated silence of the cave, the nomadic night was alive with the subtle languages of the wild. The sleepers developed a heightened environmental awareness, a neurological state where the brain remained tethered to the sounds of the wind, the shifting of the grass, and the distant calls of nocturnal predators. This was not the restless anxiety of the modern era, but a sophisticated, ancient vigilance. The nomadic mind learned to filter the safe sounds of the natural world from the dangerous ones, allowing for a deep, restorative slumber that was nonetheless perfectly synchronized with the surrounding ecosystem. This environmental integration ensured that the human body remained in a state of fluid readiness, a testament to the incredible plasticity of our nervous system. The absence of permanent boundaries meant that the concept of private space was secondary to the collective safety of the group. Nomadic tribes slept in circular arrangements, often with the most vulnerable members at the center and the hunters on the periphery. This geometry of rest created a powerful communal bond, where the synchronized breathing of the tribe acted as a living lullaby. The celestial sphere above provided the only constant. The movement of the constellations across the night sky served as a subconscious guide, signaling the duration of the rest and the approaching dawn. It is believed that this era solidified our internal circadian alignment. Without artificial light or stone barriers, the human pineal gland was in perfect harmony with the celestial blue light of the morning and the deep, indigo void of the midnight sky. Furthermore, the nomadic life introduced the necessity of portable comfort. The first mats made of woven reeds, the use of animal furs for insulation, and the strategic selection of high ground for campsites were the precursors to modern interior design. However, for the nomad, these were not luxuries but essential adaptations for survival in a world of extremes. Whether on the frigid tundras or the scorching savannas, the act of rest was a tactical decision. By aligning their sleep with the migrations of animals and the ripening of flora, our ancestors ensured that they were always resting in the most resource-rich environments. This period of human history reminds us that rest is not a stationary event, but a journey, a rhythmic pulse that connects the human spirit to the vast, unfolding narrative of the natural world. As human consciousness deepened, the night ceased to be merely a time of physical recovery and transformed into a realm of spiritual navigation. This marked the ascension of the shaman, the tribe's designated traveler into the geographies of the unseen. For the Paleolithic community, sleep was a communal act of survival, but the shaman's sleep was a deliberate, disciplined voyage into the otherworld. This was not the passive dreaming of the weary hunter, but an active, lucid state of trance engineered to bridge the gap between the material reality and the domain of spirits, ancestors, and archetypal energies. The shaman's night was often induced by ritualistic technologies developed over millennia. The rhythmic, monotonous beating of a high drum acted as an auditory driver, shifting brainwave activity from the alert beta state down into the theta ranges associated with deep meditation and vivid imagery. In many cultures, this sonic guidance was augmented by the ingestion of psychoactive plants, nature's own keys to the locked doors of the human mind. Under the influence of these sacred compounds, the boundary between the dreamer and the dream dissolved completely. The darkness of the night became a canvas upon which the subconscious projected incredible, often terrifying, visions that were interpreted as direct communications from the divine. In this altered state of consciousness, the shaman did not rest. They worked. Their mission was to locate the herds for the coming hunt, to uncover the source of an illness plaguing a tribe member, or to negotiate with the elemental forces of nature. The dream world was perceived not as a fantasy, but as a parallel reality, a place more real and often more dangerous than the waking world. The knowledge retrieved from these nocturnal journeys was essential for the tribe's continued existence. The shaman brought back songs, healing rituals, and prophecies that guided the community through the uncertainties of the prehistoric landscape. This practice established a profound psychological precedent, the belief that answers to our most pressing problems lie not in the external world, but within the deepest recesses of our own minds, accessible only through the gateway of altered sleep. The shaman was the first psychonaut, mapping the internal cosmos long before we began to map the stars. This era solidified the connection between darkness and wisdom. To find the light of understanding, one had to first voluntarily enter the deepest shadows of the soul. The legacy of the shaman's night endures today in our enduring fascination with lucid dreaming and the pursuit of insight through the exploration of our own subconscious depths. As the nomadic tribes of the Old World began to settle along the fertile, black silt of the Nile, the architecture of human rest underwent a monumental transition. In the shadow of the rising pyramids, sleep was no longer a mere physiological necessity. It became a sacred intersection between the mortal realm and the divine. For the ancient Egyptians, the act of closing one's eyes at night was a symbolic journey through the Jewet, the underworld, mirroring the sun god Ra's perilous voyage through the darkness to be reborn at dawn. This era marked the birth of formalized sleep rituals and the first technological advancements in bedding, where comfort and spirituality were inextricably linked. The most striking innovation of Egyptian rest was the wares, the headrest. Crafted from alabaster, ivory, or wood, these curved supports were not designed for the soft indulgence we associate with modern pillows. Instead, they served a dual purpose, practical and protective. Practically, they allowed for air circulation around the head in the sweltering heat of the North African nights and preserved the elaborate wigs and hairstyles of the elite. Spiritually, however, the headrest was an amulet. Often inscribed with protective deities like Bes, the grotesque but benevolent guardian of the household, the headrest acted as a spiritual fortress. It held the head high, preventing the heavy energies of the earth from seeping into the mind and guarding the sleeper against the MWT, the restless, malevolent spirits that were believed to wander the shadows of the night. In the temples of Memphis and Thebes, sleep was transformed into a form of divine consultation known as dream incubation. The Egyptians believed that dreams were not random firings of a resting brain, but manifestations of the gods. To seek an answer to a complex illness or a political dilemma, individuals would undergo a series of purification rituals before sleeping in sacred precincts. Here, the boundaries of the subconscious were intentionally thinned. The silence of the temple, the scent of blue lotus and Caffeine incense, and the rhythmic chanting of priests prepared the mind to receive messages from the beyond. Upon waking, these visions were meticulously recorded and interpreted by Mersheru, the masters of secrets, who translated the cryptic language of the dream into actionable guidance for the living. The rhythm of life in ancient Egypt was dictated by the pulse of the Nile itself. The seasonal flooding and the agrarian cycle created a unique temporal framework for rest. During the scorching midday sun, the concept of the siesta, a precursor to the Roman traditions, took root as the population retreated into the cool, thick-walled shadows of mud brick homes. Sleep was thus a synchronized dance with the environment. It was a period of little death that prepared the soul for the ultimate transition into the afterlife. As we examine the linen-wrapped remains and the golden chambers of this civilization, we find that their pillows of stone and their temples of dreams were the foundations of a culture that valued the wisdom found in the dark as much as the light of the sun. To sleep in the land of the pharaohs was to participate in a cosmic cycle of death and rebirth, a ritual that elevated the simple act of rest into an art of immortality. As the center of gravity of the ancient world shifted toward the Mediterranean, the Greek civilization elevated the act of sleeping into a sophisticated medical and religious science. In the sprawling sanctuaries known as Asclepions, named after Asclepius, the god of medicine, rest was no longer a passive state of recovery, but a surgical tool for the soul. These temples were the world's first integrated wellness centers, where architecture, landscape, and ritual were meticulously designed to induce a specific healing state of consciousness. To enter, an Asclepion was to step into a liminal space where the boundaries between the physical body and the metaphysical mind were intentionally dissolved through the power of sleep. The process of healing began long before the sleeper closed their eyes. Upon arrival at the sanctuary, the suppliant underwent a rigorous period of purification. This involved ritualistic bathing in sacred springs, strict dietary restrictions, and hours of silent meditation within the temple's marble colonnades. The environment was engineered for sensory refinement. The scent of pine and laurel, the rhythmic sound of flowing water, and the absence of urban noise served to lower the cortisol levels and stabilize the nervous system. Once the body was deemed pure, the seeker was led into the Abaton, the most sacred and silent hall of the temple, a place forbidden to the uninitiated. Here, the ritual of encomesis, or dream incubation, took place. In the heavy, incense-laden darkness of the Abaton, hundreds of individuals lay side by side on mats, surrendering themselves to the night. It was believed that in this profound state of vulnerability, the god Asclepius would manifest in the sleeper's dreams. These were not the chaotic fragments of the ordinary mind, but vivid, hyper-realistic epiphanies. In these visions, the god might perform a symbolic surgery, offer a cryptic riddle, or prescribe a specific herbal remedy. To facilitate this divine connection, sacred, non-venomous snakes, the Asclepian snakes, were allowed to slither freely across the floor and even over the bodies of the sleepers. Their flicking tongues and silent movement were seen as the touch of the god himself, a sensory trigger designed to bridge the gap between the subconscious and the divine. The clinical significance of these temples cannot be overstated. The priests of Asclepius, the therapeuti, were the first systematic dream analysts. Upon waking, the suppliants would share their nocturnal visions with these specialized interpreters, who would then translate the metaphorical language of the dream into practical medical advice. If a patient dreamed of a specific fruit, it might be interpreted as a dietary requirement. If they saw a stormy sea, it might indicate an imbalance of the humors. This was the dawn of psychosomatic medicine, the realization that the mind, through the medium of sleep, possessed an innate ability to diagnose and repair the body. The Asclepians proved that rest was the ultimate physician, a sanctuary where the human spirit could recalibrate itself against the backdrop of the eternal. As we look back at these marble ruins, we recognize that our modern quest for sleep hygiene and psychological insight is a direct descendant of the silent nights spent in the halls of the Abaddon, where the first doctors were not men, but the dreams themselves. In the Fertile Crescent, between the roaring currents of the Tigris and the Euphrates, the cradle of civilization was also the birthplace of our most enduring nocturnal terrors. For the Sumerians, Babylonians, and Assyrians, the night was not a mere absence of light, but a thick, primordial fluid teeming with unseen entities. While the Egyptians viewed sleep as a sacred journey and the Greeks as a clinical opportunity, the inhabitants of Mesopotamia saw the hours of darkness as a strategic battleground. Here, the human soul was a fragile prize, vulnerable to a complex hierarchy of demons, restless spirits, and malevolent deities that descended from the heavens or rose from the Urkala, the dark underworld from which no traveler returns. This was an era where the act of rest was inseparable from the act of spiritual warfare, necessitating the birth of the world's first systematic demonology and protective magic. The chief architect of Mesopotamian sleep terror was the demoness Lamishtu. She was not a mere figment of the imagination, but a terrifyingly real biological and spiritual threat. Described as having a lion's head, donkey's teeth, and the talons of a bird, Lamishtu was believed to slip through the cracks of doors or manifest in the heavy silence of the midnight hour. Her primary targets were the most vulnerable sleepers, infants and pregnant women. To the Mesopotamian mind, the sudden, unexplained illness of a child during the night or the suffocating weight of sleep paralysis was the direct physical touch of Lamishtu. To counter her, the ancients employed a paradoxical protector, the demon god Pazuzu. Although Pazuzu was a bringer of famine and storms, his image was used as an ultimate deterrent. By hanging a bronze amulet of the hideous Pazuzu over the bed, the sleeper invoked a power so fierce that even Lamishtu would flee back into the shadows. This dynamic created a landscape of rest, defined by a delicate balance of terror and talismanic protection. Beyond the specific threat of Lamishtu, the Mesopotamian night was haunted by the seven maskim, the pitiless ensnarers. These were elemental forces that did not recognize prayer or sacrifice. They were the personification of the chaotic void. They struck during the deepest stages of sleep-weaving nightmares that were seen as literal attacks on the Zakik, the phantom-like spirit of the sleeper. The Zakik was believed to be a delicate, bird-like entity that could leave the body during rest. While it traveled through the dreamscape, it was exposed to the dangers of the astral plane. If the Zakik was captured or harmed by a demon, the physical body would wake up in a state of exhaustion, madness, or chronic illness. To prevent this, the Ashipu, or exorcist priests, developed elaborate incantations to be recited before the head touched the reed mat. These spells were designed to encircle the sleeper in a wall of divine light, ensuring that the Zakik could navigate the treacherous geography of the night and return safely to the flesh at dawn. The interpretation of dreams, or oniromancy, reached an unparalleled level of complexity in the libraries of Nineveh and Babylon. The Mesopotamians were the first to compile dream books, such as the monumental Iskar Zakik. These tablets categorized thousands of dream symbols, treating them as encoded telegrams from the gods or warnings of impending demonic influence. A dream of eating a certain fruit, losing a tooth, or flying over a ziggurat was analyzed with the same rigor modern scientists apply to neurological data. For the Mesopotamian elite, a nightmare was not a psychological fluke. It was a legal and spiritual summons. It required immediate action, rituals of Namberbai, to undo the predicted evil. As we reflect on this ancient struggle, we see the roots of our own cultural relationship with the dark. The Mesopotamian legacy is the realization that sleep is a threshold, a place where the individual is no longer protected by the laws of the city, but must rely on the ancient, symbolic language of protection to survive the shadows of the soul. As the shadow of the Roman eagle stretched across the known world, the empire did not merely conquer lands, it conquered time itself. In the heart of Rome, the concept of rest underwent a radical transformation, moving away from the purely spiritual and into the realm of civic discipline and domestic luxury. The Romans were the master architects of the meridiatio, the midday rest. This was not a sign of sloth, but a sophisticated response to the geography of the Mediterranean and the rigid structure of the Roman day. To understand the Roman night, one must first understand the Roman noon, for it was during the 6th hour, the sexta hora, that the pulse of the busiest city in antiquity would suddenly and collectively fall silent. This rhythmic pause in the gears of empire represents the birth of the modern siesta, a period where the intense heat of the sun dictated a temporary withdrawal from the public sphere into the cool, private shadows of the domus. The architecture of Roman rest was centered around the cubiculum, the bedroom. Unlike the multi-purpose halls of the prehistoric era or the grand communal dormitories of later periods, the Roman cubiculum was a space of calculated intimacy and quietude. These rooms were often small and sparsely furnished, designed intentionally to minimize sensory distraction. The walls were thick, crafted from stone and mortar to trap the coolness of the morning, while the floors were adorned with intricate mosaics of deep blues and greens, visually cooling the environment. The Roman bed, or lectus, evolved from a simple wooden frame into a symbol of status, draped in fine linens and stuffed with wool or feathers. However, the most important element of the cubiculum was its location. It was usually situated away from the atrium and the street, shielded from the cacophony of vendors, chariots, and the relentless noise of the subura. In this silent sanctuary, the Roman citizen sought a brief, little sleep to recalibrate the mind for the afternoon's political and social obligations. The meridiatio was more than a nap, it was a societal synchronization. At the stroke of the 6th hour, the forums would empty, the law courts would adjourn, and the shops would shutter their doors. This was the great silence of the empire. For the elite, this was a time for private reflection or the reading of scrolls, but for the laboring masses, it was a biological necessity. In an era without air conditioning, the meridiatio was a survival mechanism against the lethargy and heatstroke of the Italian summer. This biphasic sleep pattern, a long night's rest followed by a short midday slumber, was perfectly aligned with the human circadian rhythm's natural post-lunch dip. The Romans, perhaps more than any other civilization before them, recognized that peak efficiency was only possible through strategic periods of inactivity. They viewed sleep as a resource to be managed, a vital component of the gravitas and disciplina that maintained the stability of the state. However, the Roman night was a different story altogether. Beyond the protected walls of the villas, the streets of Rome were a chaotic and dangerous labyrinth. The Emperor Augustus even complained about the inability to sleep in the city due to the thunderous noise of heavy wagons, which were banned from the streets during the day but allowed to rumble through the night. This created a profound class divide in the quality of rest. While the wealthy retreated into their sound-dampened cubicula, the poor in the insulae apartment blocks lived in a state of perpetual sleep deprivation, hounded by noise, the fear of fire, and the stench of the crowded city. This tension between the organized, midday silence and the chaotic, nocturnal roar defined the Roman experience of rest. It was a civilization that understood the power of the sun to dictate the rhythms of the body, yet struggled to tame the wild, unpredictable energy of the darkness. As we examine the ruins of Pompeii and the villas of the Palatine, we see a people who had perfected the art of the midday rest, creating a legacy of the siesta that still dictates the pulse of Mediterranean life 2,000 years later. The Silk Road was never merely a network of trade routes. It was a vast, pulsating artery of human culture where the only universal currency was the need for rest. Across the unforgiving deserts of Central Asia and the high, frozen passes of the Hindu Kush, the architecture of sleep took on a form of monumental necessity: the caravanserai. These massive, fortress-like structures were spaced precisely one day's journey apart. The distance a laden camel could travel before the sun surrendered to the lethal cold of the desert night. To enter the heavy, iron-studded gates of a caravanserai was to transition from a world of absolute peril into a stone-walled sanctuary of collective peace. In these grand courtyards, beneath the indifferent gaze of a million stars, the concept of transient sleep reached its most sophisticated expression. The psychology of rest within a caravanserai was defined by the intersection of anonymity and shared destiny. As the heavy gates creaked shut at twilight, the external world, with its bandits, sandstorms, and predatory shadows, was effectively erased. Inside, the air was thick with a sensory tapestry that has no modern equivalent. The scent of expensive spices, the rhythmic chewing of hundreds of camels, and the low, melodic murmur of dozens of languages blending into a single, nocturnal hum. The travelers did not sleep in the isolated luxury of Roman villas. They rested in the social dark. Merchants from Xi'an, philosophers from Persia, and craftsmen from the Mediterranean lay side by side on raised stone platforms, their dreams weaving together the myths and legends of 3 continents. This was the world's first truly globalized subconscious. The physical environment of the caravanserai was engineered to facilitate deep, restorative rest in an environment of extreme climatic swings. The thick limestone walls acted as a thermal battery, absorbing the blistering heat of the day and radiating a gentle, stabilizing warmth throughout the frigid night. The architecture utilized the Ivan, large, vaulted halls that opened onto a central courtyard, allowing for the natural circulation of the cool night air. The soundscape was also a crucial component of this ancient sleep hygiene. The rhythmic, metronomic sound of water trickling from a central fountain provided a natural acoustic mask, drowning out the occasional braying of animals and the shifting of guards. This white noise of the desert allowed the traveler to descend into the deeper stages of non-REM sleep, which was essential for the intense physical recovery required for the journey ahead. As the fires died down to glowing embers in the center of the courtyard, the caravanserai became a silent theater of the mind. The history of the Silk Road is often told through the lens of commodities, silk, gold, and tea, but its most profound exchanges happened in the quiet hours of the night. It was here, in the liminal space of the caravanserai, that religions were debated, scientific discoveries shared, and the first global narratives formed. Sleep was the bridge that allowed these diverse souls to coexist in a state of total vulnerability. Every morning, as the gates swung open and the caravans moved westward, the travelers carried with them more than just goods. They carried the fragments of dreams shared with strangers. The caravanserai remains a testament to the human ability to create a sanctuary of rest in the heart of the void, proving that even in the most desolate landscapes, the pursuit of a peaceful night is the foundation upon which civilizations are built. The concept of an 8-tower monolithic block of sleep is a modern invention, a psychological byproduct of the Industrial Revolution. Before the era of the factory whistle and the electric bulb, humanity lived by a much more complex and fluid biological rhythm known as biphasic sleep. In the pre-industrial heart of Europe and beyond, the night was not a single, solid void of unconsciousness, but a divided landscape. Historical records, ranging from the poetic verses of Geoffrey Chaucer to mundane legal depositions and medical journals, consistently describe 2 distinct periods of rest: the first sleep and the second sleep. This was not considered a disorder or a symptom of the restless mind. Rather, it was the standard experience of the human night for millennia, a rhythm dictated by the natural ebb and flow of solar light and the limitations of primitive illumination. The first sleep, often referred to in old texts as the dead sleep, began shortly after sundown. As the village or the manor fell into the heavy, velvet darkness of the countryside, the population retreated to their communal beds. This initial period of rest was typically characterized by deep, non-REM stages of slumber. In a world defined by grueling manual labor and constant exposure to the elements, this first sleep was a critical biological sanctuary. During these 4 or 5 hours, the body performed its most intense physical maintenance, repairing tissues and consolidating the basic survival data of the day. It was a period of profound physical surrender, a heavy unconsciousness that was necessary to recover from the physical tax of the medieval day. However, around the stroke of midnight, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. The world woke up. This was not the startled, anxious awakening of a modern insomniac, but a gentle, natural transition to consciousness. For an hour or more, the world was alive in the dark. This interval was known as the Watchman's Hour. In the stillness of the midnight house, people engaged in a variety of quiet, meaningful activities. Some would use this time to pray or meditate, finding the silence of the night to be the perfect conductor for spiritual reflection. Others would perform light chores, stoke the hearth, or even visit neighbors. It was also a time of unique intimacy. For many couples, this period of quiet wakefulness provided the only true private time away from the crowded, multi-generational environments of the day. Neurologically, this interval was marked by high levels of prolactin, a hormone that induces a state of quietude and peace, making the Watchman's Hour one of the most intellectually and emotionally fertile periods of the human experience. Following this period of wakeful reflection, the second sleep, or morning sleep, would begin. This latter half of the night was neurologically distinct from the first. Because the body had already completed its primary physical restoration, the second sleep was dominated by the REM, rapid eye movement cycle. This was the era of vivid, cinematic dreams and intense psychological processing. It was during these hours that the mind synthesized the complex social hierarchies and religious metaphors of the Middle Ages into the fabric of the soul. The transition away from this biphasic rhythm only began when artificial lighting, first gas and then electric, pushed back the boundaries of the night. By compressing these two distinct journeys into a single, forced 8-hour block, we did more than just change our schedules. We performed a radical neurological amputation, losing a unique phase of human consciousness that had sustained our ancestors for centuries. To inhabit the midnight hour in the pre-industrial world was to occupy a unique psychological frontier, a space between the physical exhaustion of the day and the spectral clarity of the early morning. This was the Watchman's Hour, the profound interval of wakefulness that occurred between the first and second sleep. It was not a time of restlessness or anxiety, but a state of heightened serenity and neurological expansion. In this window of deep night, the human brain was bathed in a chemical cocktail of prolactin and melatonin, inducing a state of tranquil alertness that has no modern equivalent. For our ancestors, this was the most intellectually and spiritually fertile time of existence, a period where the barrier between the conscious mind and the collective unconscious was at its thinnest. During this interval, the world existed in a state of suspended animation. Outside the stone walls of the cottage or the manor, the landscape was a void of absolute, unpolluted darkness. Inside, however, the human spirit was ablaze with a quiet, focused energy. This was the hour of the poet, the mystic, and the philosopher. It was a time for midnight vigilance, a practice where the mind was allowed to wander through the corridors of memory and imagination without the distractions of social obligation or survival-driven labor. In the flickering light of a single tallow candle or the dying embers of the hearth, individuals engaged in deep, internal dialogues. They recorded their thoughts in journals, interpreted the fragments of their first sleep, or engaged in incubation, the deliberate seeding of the mind with questions to be answered in the second sleep to come. The social dimension of the Watchman's Hour was equally profound. In the crowded living conditions of the medieval and early modern eras, where privacy was a luxury of the few, this midnight interval provided the only true space for intimate, whispered conversations. Couples shared their deepest fears and aspirations, and parents checked on their children with a protective, silent presence. There was a sense of global synchronicity to this hour. Across continents, millions of souls were awake in the dark, participating in a collective ritual of reflection. This was not the chaotic, noisy wakefulness of our 24/7 digital era, but a rhythmic, quiet pulse that connected the individual to the larger cycles of the cosmos. The air itself seemed thicker with meaning, and the silence was not an absence of sound, but a presence of possibility. Furthermore, the watchman's hour served as a vital period for communal and personal safety. It was during this time that the watch was maintained, the literal vigilance against fire, theft, or predatory animals. This sense of being a guardian of the night gave the hour a moral and protective weight. However, as the 19th century progressed and the artificial sun of the electric bulb began to colonize the night, this unique phase of human consciousness was systematically erased. We began to view wakefulness at midnight as an anomaly, a sleep disorder to be cured. In doing so, we lost the most reflective and creative phase of the human experience. We traded the quiet, prolactin-driven peace of the watchman's hour for the frantic, blue light-induced exhaustion of the modern age. To look back at this lost hour is to realize that our ancestors were not merely surviving the night. They were utilizing it to build the foundations of human culture, one whispered thought at a time. In the deep, untamed forests of early medieval Europe, a new architecture of the night was being forged behind the high stone walls of the Benedictine monasteries. This was the era of the Rule of Benedict, a foundational document that transformed the act of sleeping from a biological necessity into a rigorous spiritual discipline. For the monk, the night was not a time for personal escape, but a structured environment designed to conquer the acedia, the spiritual sloth that was believed to haunt the shadows of the human soul. Within these cloisters, silence was not merely the absence of speech. It was a physical weight, a summum silentium that began with the final prayer of Compline and lasted until the first light of dawn. To sleep under the rule was to participate in a communal ritual of vigilance, where every breath was synchronized with the pursuit of the divine. The physical setting for this disciplined rest was the dormitorium, or the communal dormitory. Unlike the private cubicula of Rome or the nomadic tents of the open plains, the monastic dormitory was an exercise in absolute transparency and humility. The monks slept in a single, large room, each on a simple mattress of straw or wool. Crucially, the rule dictated that they were to sleep in their habits, belted and ready, as if for immediate battle. A single lamp was required to burn in the center of the dormitory throughout the entire night. This lamp was more than a practical light source. It was a theological sentinel, a constant reminder that even in the depths of unconsciousness, the soul must remain awake and oriented toward the light of God. The presence of this flickering flame ensured that there were no hidden corners for the tempter to hide, creating a transparent environment where privacy was sacrificed on the altar of collective holiness. The rhythm of monastic sleep was intentionally fragmented. In accordance with the biblical verse, "At midnight I will rise to give thanks to thee," the monks were awakened in the profound darkness of the early morning for the office of vigils, also known as matins. This was the most challenging and mystical hour of the monastic day. To be pulled from the warmth of sleep into the freezing, incense-scented air of the stone chapel was a symbolic resurrection. The monks moved through the dark corridors like shadows, their eyes downcast, their movements dictated by a choreography of silence. This interruption of the sleep cycle was not seen as a hardship, but as a deliberate refinement of the spirit. By breaking the night into segments, the rule ensured that the mind never fully descended into the heavy sleep of the worldly man, maintaining a state of perpetual, prayerful readiness. The psychological impact of this rule of silence cannot be overstated. By forbidding conversation after the evening prayer, the monastery cultivated a deep internal dialogue. The night became a vast, echoing chamber where the monk confronted his own thoughts, fears, and devotion. When a brother did have to wake another for the night office, he was instructed to do so gently and with a few quiet words, so as not to shatter the sacred stillness. This era established the blueprint for the disciplined mind, proving that the quality of our rest is inextricably linked to the quality of our silence. The Benedictine night was a masterclass in the economy of the spirit, a time when the human body was treated as a temple, and sleep was the incense that rose, ordered and pure, toward the eternal silence of the heavens. Outside the silent, protected corridors of the monasteries, the medieval night was a landscape of raw, unfiltered terror. For the common folk of Europe, sleep was not a peaceful descent into restoration, but a vulnerable transition into a world governed by supernatural predators. This era saw the crystallization of a phenomenon that has haunted the human psyche for millennia, now given form through the terrifying figures of the incubus and the succubus. To the medieval mind, the physical sensation of a weight upon the chest or the sudden inability to move during the night was not a neurological glitch. It was a literal, demonic assault. This section explores the intersection of sleep paralysis and the dark folklore that attempted to explain the mysteries of the paralyzed body and the hallucinating mind. The etymology of the word nightmare itself reveals the depth of this ancient fear. Derived from the Old English mare or the Old Norse mara, it refers to a spectral entity, often depicted as a withered hag or a demonic weight, that would sit upon the sleeper's chest, riding them until they were gasping for breath. The Latin-derived terms incubus from incubo, to lie upon, and succubus from succubo, to lie under, represented a more predatory and sexualized version of this nocturnal visitation. These entities were believed to be shapeshifters, capable of infiltrating the sanctity of the bedroom to steal the life force or the seed of their victims. The Malleus Maleficarum, the infamous 15th century treatise on witchcraft, went into agonizing detail regarding these beings, categorizing them as essential agents of the devil. For the person trapped in the liminal space between waking and sleeping, the presence of such a creature was felt with a terrifying sensory reality. From a modern neurological perspective, what our ancestors experienced was sleep paralysis with hypnagogic hallucinations. This occurs when the brain wakes up while the body is still in a state of REM atonia, the natural paralysis that prevents us from acting out our dreams. In this state, the brain, sensing its vulnerability and the lack of muscle control, often generates a presence hallucination to explain the threat. In the candlelit, shadow-heavy rooms of the 14th century, this presence was inevitably interpreted through the lens of dominant religious and cultural folklore. The visual and tactile clarity of these episodes was so profound that it often dictated the life of the victim, leading to public confessions, spiritual exorcisms, or lifelong fear of the dark. The bedroom was not a place of rest, but a ritual space where one had to employ every tool of faith to survive until dawn. The protective measures against these mares of the night were as elaborate as the demons themselves. Folklore prescribed a variety of talismans, iron objects placed under the pillow, as iron was believed to repel spirits, salt scattered across the threshold, or specific herbs like St. John's wort and garlic hung above the bed. The sign of the cross and the recitation of the Lorn Prayer were the primary spiritual shields. Even the orientation of the bed and the position of the sleeper were dictated by the fear of inviting an intruder. This era of history proves that before we understood the electrical signals of the brain, we understood the power of the story. The incubus and the succubus were the shadows cast by a mind attempting to navigate the terrifying abyss of its own biological limitations. They remind us that the night has always been a mirror, reflecting our deepest anxieties back at us in forms that we can, at least through myth, attempt to name and defeat. In the mid-14th century, The pulse of Europe was silenced by a shadow that knew no borders and respected no sanctuaries. The Black Death was more than a biological catastrophe. It was a profound psychological rupture that fundamentally altered the human experience of the night. Before the plague, sleep was a communal act, a shared vulnerability defined by the warmth of the tribe or the family. But as the Great Mortality swept through the continent, the bedroom was transformed from a place of restoration into a chamber of isolated terror. This era marked the birth of a specific kind of nocturnal trauma, a period where the air itself was believed to be poisonous, and the act of closing one's eyes was often seen as a final surrender to the encroaching darkness. The social sleep architecture that had defined the Middle Ages, the huddled warmth of multi-generational beds, was shattered by the necessity of quarantine. For the first time in human history, rest became a solitary and fearful event. The miasma theory, the belief that the plague was carried by bad air, meant that windows were shuttered tight and rooms were filled with the acrid smoke of burning herbs and resins. This sensory environment was antithetical to healthy rest. The sleepers lay in a suffocating, smoke-filled gloom, their minds haunted by the constant tolling of the passing bells from the local church. The sound of the death cart's wheels on the cobblestones became the metronome of the night, a rhythmic reminder that the boundary between the first sleep and the eternal sleep was paper-thin. In this atmosphere of relentless death, the collective subconscious was flooded with the imagery of the Danse Macabre, the dance of death, a vision where skeletons led kings and peasants alike into a nocturnal procession to the grave. The psychological weight of the plague manifested in a wave of vivid, terrifying nightmares that were documented by chroniclers across Europe. These were not ordinary bad dreams. They were plague dreams, characterized by themes of decay, pursuit, and divine judgment. The figure of the plague doctor, with his bird-like mask and obsidian robes, began to populate the dreamscape as a spectral harbinger of the end. Even for those who remained physically healthy, the sleep of the survivor was marred by what we now recognize as post-traumatic stress. The fear of waking up to find the buboes, the telltale swellings, on a loved one meant that sleep was fragmented, shallow, and haunted by a profound hypervigilance. The night was no longer a time of watchman's hour reflection, but a time of existential dread where every cough or groan from the next room was interpreted as a death sentence. Furthermore, the plague years redefined the concept of the restless soul. Because so many died without the final rites of the church, the folklore of the era became populated with the returning dead, souls who could not find peace and wandered the night in search of resolution. This cultural anxiety led to a change in burial practices and the layout of the home, as the living sought to distance themselves from the ever-present shadow of the cemetery. As we reflect on this somber chapter, we see that the Black Death performed a radical neurological surgery on humanity. It taught us to fear the night and to view the silence of our neighbors with suspicion. Yet, it also reinforced the timeless necessity of the sanctuary. The search for a place of absolute safety and purity, free from the taints of the world, became the driving force of the human spirit. The modern bedroom, as a private and sterilized space, finds its earliest roots in the desperate, lonely nights of the 14th century, where the only comfort was the flickering of a single candle against the vast, diseased dark. In the feudal heart of Japan, a world defined by the razor-thin margin between honor and death, the act of sleeping was stripped of its passive nature and forged into a tactical discipline. For the samurai, the warrior class bound by the unyielding code of Bushido, rest was not a surrender to unconsciousness, but a state of dynamic stillness. This era introduced the concept of zanshin, the remaining mind, a psychological state where the awareness of the warrior persists even in the deepest stages of slumber. To a samurai, the night was a silent battlefield, and the bedroom was a fortress where the primary defense was not stone or steel, but the refined sensitivity of the nervous system. This was the birth of strategic vigilance, a way of life where the body rested while the spirit stood sentry. The physical architecture of a samurai's rest was designed to facilitate instantaneous transition from sleep to lethal action. The most iconic element of this discipline was the takamakura, or the high wooden pillow. Unlike the soft, feather-filled cushions of the West, the takamakura was a rigid, often lacquered wooden block. Its primary purpose was practical. It preserved the elaborate top-knot hairstyle, the chanmage, which was a symbol of status and dignity. However, its tactical purpose was far more profound. By resting the neck upon a hard surface, the samurai remained sensitive to the slightest vibrations traveling through the floor. A muffled footstep or the sliding of a shoddy screen would be transmitted directly to the sensory receptors of the neck and skull, bypassing the heavy fog of deep sleep. The samurai did not wake up, he activated, his hand often reaching for the wakizashi, the short sword kept beneath his pillow, before his eyes had even fully adjusted to the dark. This state of perpetual readiness was supported by the ingenious defensive architecture of the Japanese castle and manor. The most famous of these were the yuguisubari, or nightingale floors. These floorboards were engineered with a specific arrangement of bronze clamps that would emit a high-pitched chirping sound, resembling a bird, whenever someone stepped upon them. In the dead of night, this acoustic alarm served as a secondary nervous system for the sleeping warrior. The sound of the nightingale floor provided a specific auditory trigger that the trained samurai brain could distinguish from the natural settling of a house. This integration of architecture and biology created a landscape of rest where silence was a weapon and sound was a sentinel. The samurai's sleep was a meditative exercise in presence, a testament to the belief that true mastery of the self includes the mastery of the subconscious. Furthermore, the influence of Zen Buddhism provided the philosophical framework for this nocturnal discipline. The samurai practiced mushin, or no mind, a state of being where the ego is absent, leaving only pure, unfiltered awareness. Through years of meditation, they learned to descend into the restorative depths of sleep without losing their connection to the environment. This allowed for a highly efficient form of rest. Even a short period of sleep could be profoundly rejuvenating because it was free from the mental clutter of anxiety or fear. As we examine the legacy of the samurai, we see that they viewed sleep as a vital component of their combat readiness. They proved that vigilance and rest are not opposites, but two sides of the same blade. The samurai's night remains a profound example of the human capacity to train the mind to transcend biological limitations, turning the most vulnerable hours of existence into a masterclass in disciplined awareness. In the quiet monasteries of Kyoto and the mountain retreats of the Japanese Alps, the pursuit of enlightenment achieved its most profound expression not in action, but in the absolute mastery of stillness. For the Zen practitioner, sleep was not a void of unconsciousness or a mere recovery of the physical body. It was an extension of zazen, seated meditation. In the Zen tradition, the distinction between being awake and being asleep began to dissolve into a singular, unified state of presence. This era of philosophical development introduced the world to a unique discipline of rest, where the quality of one's slumber was seen as a direct reflection of the clarity of one's spirit. To sleep in the Zen tradition was to perform an act of non-doing, a state of being where the mind remains as vast and unclouded as the midnight sky, regardless of whether the eyes are open or closed. The core of this nocturnal discipline was the concept of the empty mind. Influenced by the teachings of great masters like Bankei and Dogen, Zen monks sought to inhabit what was called the unborn mind, a state of consciousness that exists before the arising of thoughts, emotions, or dreams. This meant that even in the deepest stages of sleep, the practitioner remained anchored in a primordial awareness. While the modern world views sleep as a biological off switch, the Zen master viewed it as a profound on switch for the subconscious. By maintaining a state of mindfulness during the transition into rest, they ensured that the dream state did not become a theater of chaotic delusions, but a clear mirror of reality. This practice allowed for a level of neurological efficiency that enabled monks to function with incredible clarity despite sleeping for much shorter durations than the average person. The physical environment of Zen sleep was a masterclass in the aesthetic of minimalism. The tatami mat, a firm, fragrant surface made of woven rice straw, provided the necessary support for the spine, facilitating a posture that allowed for unobstructed breathing. The room, or zendo, was stripped of all unnecessary ornamentation, leaving only the tokonoma, an alcove featuring a single scroll or a seasonal flower. This intentional lack of sensory input served to calm the central nervous system, reducing the mental noise that often leads to insomnia. The air was kept cool and circulating, and the only sound allowed was the occasional deep resonance of the kancho, the evening bell. This sound was not a disturbance, but a signal for the mind to descend deeper into the heart of silence. In this atmosphere of profound simplicity, the act of lying down became a sacred return to the source, and shedding of the social ego, and emerging with the fundamental emptiness of the universe. Furthermore, Zen introduced a rhythmic structure to the night that emphasized the importance of the liminal hours. Like the monastic traditions of the West, Zen practitioners utilized the early morning hours, long before the first light of dawn, for intense periods of meditation. This practice, known as yaza or night sitting, proved that the mind is at its most receptive when the world is at its quietest. By alternating between periods of deep sleep and profound meditation, the monks cultivated a brain that could switch seamlessly between states of consciousness. They believed that if one could remain awake during the night, one would be truly awake during the day. This philosophy transformed the night from a period of lost time into the foundation of human wisdom. As we explore the legacy of Zen stillness, we realize that our modern struggle for peace is not a lack of comfort, but a lack of silence. The Zen masters taught us that true rest is not found by escaping the world, but by finding the immovable center within ourselves, a center that remains still even as the world continues its eternal, restless rotation. In the frozen latitudes of Scandinavia, where the winter sun is a fleeting ghost and the darkness of the north lasts for months, the act of sleeping was a defiance of the elements. For the Norsemen, the Vikings, rest was not a private retreat, but a collective fortification against a landscape that sought to extinguish human warmth. The architecture of their sleep was defined by the langhus, or the longhouse, a massive, ship-shaped structure built of timber, stone, and thick layers of turf. These buildings were engineered to be thermal sanctuaries, where the boundary between life and death was often no thicker than the wool of a cloak or the smoldering embers of a central hearth. To sleep in a Viking longhouse was to experience a specific, sensory landscape of fire and frost, where the survival of the individual was inextricably linked to the heat of the group. The interior of the longhouse was a study in functional communalism. At the center of the hall lay the landgeld, the long fire, a trench of burning peat or wood that ran the length of the building. This fire was the biological heart of the household. It provided the only light in a world of absolute shadow, and its smoke rose to a hole in the roof, the eljori, which served as the building's only connection to the sky. Along the walls, raised wooden platforms called pallars served as the primary sleeping quarters. Here, the entire household, from the jarl to the laborers, lay in a row, separated not by walls, but by social hierarchy and the proximity to the fire. This collective arrangement was a practical necessity for heat conservation. In the sub-zero temperatures of the Nordic night, the huddling of bodies and the insulation provided by heavy furs of bear, reindeer, and sheep were the primary technologies of rest. The sensory environment of Viking sleep was heavy and thick. The air was saturated with the scent of wood smoke, damp wool, and the proximity of livestock, who were often kept at one end of the longhouse during the harshest months. This presence of animals added a layer of biological warmth and a rhythmic, low-frequency soundscape that anchored the human sleepers to the earth. However, this rest was never entirely passive. The Norse sagas and the Havamal, the sayings of the High One, emphasized the importance of vigilance. A guest or a warrior was advised to never enter a dwelling without knowing where the exits were, and to sleep with a weapon within reach. This created a state of tempered rest, a neurological balance between the deep exhaustion of a day spent at sea or in the fields and the sharp, instinctual readiness required in a world of blood feuds and winter raids. Moreover, the Viking night was a time for the forging of oral history. Before the final surrender to the morning sleep, the hall was a theater of skaldic poetry and ancestral tales. The flickering light of the long fire created shifting shadows on the timber pillars, bringing the stories of Odin, Thor, and the frost giants to life. For the Viking, dreams were not seen as mere psychological fragments, but as fylgja, spirit guardians or omens that could predict the fate of a voyage or the outcome of a battle. This spiritual dimension turned the act of sleeping into a form of communion with the weird, the inescapable web of destiny. As we look at the remnants of these great halls today, we see a people who mastered the art of finding peace in the heart of a storm. The Viking longhouse proves that even in the most hostile environments, the human spirit can create a sanctuary of rest through the alchemy of fire, community, and the shared warmth of a defiant tribe. In the emerald heart of the Mesoamerican jungles, beneath a canopy so dense it swallowed the light of the midday sun, the Maya civilization developed an understanding of time and rest that was inextricably linked to the mechanics of the cosmos. For the Maya, sleep was not a simple physiological break, but a carefully timed synchronization with the celestial gears of the universe. They did not view time as a linear progression, but as a complex series of interlocking cycles, the Tzolk'in and the Hob. Every night's rest was governed by the specific energy of the day, a cosmic signature that dictated whether the dreams of the sleeper would be messages from the divine or warnings from the underworld of Xibalba. This era represents the pinnacle of astronomical rest, where the human body served as a biological anchor for the vast, unfolding narrative of the stars. The Maya belief system centered around the concept of the Way, pronounced Wai, the spirit companion or co-essence that resided within the human soul. They believed that during sleep, the soul did not remain dormant within the flesh, but detached itself to travel alongside its way through the spirit realm. This nocturnal journey was considered as real and as consequential as any event in the waking world. To facilitate these travels, the elite, the kings and high priests, slept in limestone palaces specifically oriented to align with planetary movements. The placement of the sleeper's head was often dictated by the position of Venus or the Pleiades, ensuring that the soul's departure and return were synchronized with the prevailing celestial currents. This made the act of sleeping a form of high-stakes navigation, where the quality of one's rest was a direct measure of one's alignment with the cosmic order. The physical environment of Mayan rest was a sophisticated response to the oppressive humidity and the constant presence of the jungle's nocturnal life. While the common folk utilized rudimentary raised platforms or early versions of the hammock, woven from the fibers of the henequen plant, the elite occupied chambers designed for acoustic and thermal regulation. These stone rooms were built with thick walls to maintain a stable, cool temperature against the tropical heat. Before the final surrender to the night, ritualistic consumption of sacred cacao, often spiced with chili and vanilla, served to alter the sleeper's brain chemistry, inducing a state of vivid, hyper-realistic dreaming. This cacao-induced slumber was a sacred rite, a way to thin the veil between the dimensions and allow for direct consultation with the ancestors. Furthermore, the Maya were the first to systematically document the relationship between the lunar cycle and the human subconscious. Their dream books, inscribed on bark paper codices, provided detailed interpretations of dream symbols based on the current position of the moon and the planetary gods. A dream experienced during the waxing of the moon carried a different weight than one during the waning, as the lunar energy was believed to either expand or contract the soul's capacity for vision. Sleep was thus a calculated ritual of surrender to the night lords, the deities who govern the hours of darkness. By aligning their biological rhythms with the mathematical precision of their calendars, the Maya proved that the human mind is not an island, but a celestial instrument that vibrates in harmony with the rotation of the galaxy. Their legacy reminds us that even in the deepest silence of the jungle, we are never truly alone in our rest. We are part of a vast, starlit dance that began long before our birth and will continue long after our final awakening. In the oldest continuous living culture on Earth, the night is not a conclusion to the day, but a return to the origin of all things. For the Aboriginal peoples of Australia, sleep is the gateway to the dreaming, or Alchiringa, a concept that defies the Western linear understanding of time. To the indigenous mind, the dream time is not a remote past, but an eternal everyone. It is a parallel dimension that exists simultaneously with the physical world, accessible primarily through the sacred medium of sleep. This era of human consciousness represents the most profound integration of landscape and mind ever recorded. In this culture, rest is not an act of individual recovery. It is a ritual of reconnection with the spiritual blueprint of the universe. The architecture of Aboriginal rest was dictated by the concept of songlines, invisible paths that crisscross the Australian continent, marking the journeys of the ancestral creator beings. These creators sang the world into existence, and those songs remain embedded in the rocks, the water holes, and the stars. When an Aboriginal person sleeps upon their ancestral land, their rest is a form of auditory and spiritual navigation. It is believed that the dreaming mind walks these songlines, receiving guidance, law, and history from the ancestors. A person's place of rest is never arbitrary. It is a deliberate choice to align the body with specific power points in the landscape. To sleep in the right place at the right time is to allow the earth itself to speak through the subconscious, turning a single night's rest into a masterclass in cultural survival and cosmic identity. The physical environment of this rest was a testament to the mastery of the elements and the surrender to the natural rhythm of the land. In the vast deserts or the tropical north, the wiltja, a simple, temporary shelter made of branches and grass, served as the physical boundary. However, the true bedroom was the open sky. The stars were not distant, cold spheres, but the campfires of ancestors and the manifestations of great totemic spirits like the rainbow serpent. Sleep was a communal event, often accompanied by the low, rhythmic drones of the didgeridoo or the clicking of clapsticks, which served to synchronize the brain waves of the tribe with the vibrations of the earth. This acoustic environment facilitated a state of deep listening, or dadiri, where the sleeper reached a level of internal stillness that allowed for the reception of ancestral wisdom. Furthermore, the Aboriginal people viewed the content of dreams as a form of higher intelligence. While modern psychology often dismisses dreams as random neural firing, the Aboriginal tradition sees them as literal interactions with the spirit world. A dream of a particular animal or a specific waterhole was interpreted as a legal obligation or a directive for the tribe's next migration. This made the act of sleeping a heavy responsibility. The dreamer was a custodian of the sacred law. As we reflect on this 60,000-year-old relationship with the night, we realize that the Aboriginal people did not just inhabit the land. They dreamed it into being every single night. Their legacy is the realization that true rest is found not in the absence of thought, but in the total alignment of the human soul with the eternal, singing heart of the cosmos. As Europe emerged from the long, rhythmic shadows of the Middle Ages, a new era of intellectual explosion demanded a radical reconfiguration of human time. The Renaissance was not merely a rebirth of art and science. It was an obsession with the limits of human potential. At the epicenter of this transformation stood Leonardo da Vinci, a man whose mind moved with such velocity that the standard 8-hour block of nocturnal rest seemed like an intolerable theft of creative opportunity. Da Vinci, alongside other visionaries of the 15th and 16th centuries, began to treat sleep not as an inescapable biological debt, but as a variable to be engineered. This era gave birth to the concept of polyphasic sleep, a systematic fragmentation of rest designed to maximize every waking second for the pursuit of mastery. Leonardo's approach was as surgical as his anatomical drawings. He famously adopted a schedule that involved sleeping for only 15 to 20 minutes every 4 hours. This Huberman cycle, as it would later be termed by modern sleep researchers, reduced his total daily rest to less than 2 hours. To the Renaissance mind, the body was a sophisticated machine, and Leonardo sought to keep the gears of his intellect in a state of perpetual motion. By breaking the monolithic sleep of his peers into short, intense bursts, he aimed to stay in a state of constant incubation. He believed that the brief transition between wakefulness and slumber, the hypnagogic state, was the most fertile territory for artistic and scientific breakthroughs. In those fleeting moments of light sleep, the boundaries of logic dissolved, allowing the visionary to solve the complex engineering problems of his flying machines or the subtle enigmas of the Mona Lisa's smile. The neurological implications of this polyphasic experiment were profound. In a standard sleep cycle, the brain takes approximately 90 minutes to reach REM, rapid eye movement sleep, the stage associated with deep dreaming and cognitive processing. However, the polyphasic sleeper's brain eventually adapts through a process called REM rebound, learning to plunge almost instantly into the REM state during these 20-minute naps. Leonardo was effectively training his brain to bypass the boring stages of light sleep and go straight to the creative core of the subconscious. His workshops in Florence and Milan were environments of relentless industry, lit by flickering oil lamps and filled with the scent of linseed oil and drying plaster. For Leonardo, the night was not a time to disappear, but a time to refine the observations he had gathered during the day. However, the Renaissance era also understood the heavy toll of such a lifestyle. This mastery of time required an iron will and a physiological resilience that few possessed. Leonardo's notebooks are filled with observations on the nature of light, shadow, and the human form, but they also reveal a mind that was constantly pushing against the fraying edges of exhaustion. The Renaissance man ideal, the belief that a single individual could master every branch of human knowledge, was built upon this aggressive colonization of the night. While the biphasic rhythm of the common people continued in the villages, the elite Dhas were redefining the human clock. Leonardo's legacy in the history of rest is the realization that sleep is a flexible frontier. He proved that the human spirit, when fueled by insatiable curiosity, can redefine its biological boundaries, turning the dark hours of the night into a laboratory of infinite possibility. In the flickering torchlight of the Elizabethan stage, sleep was never merely a period of physical inactivity. It was the ultimate barometer of the human soul. To William Shakespeare, the Bard of Avon, the act of rest served as a profound metaphorical mirror, reflecting the purity or the decay of a character's conscience. In a world where the great chain of being dictated the order of the universe, sleep was the balm of hurt minds, a divine gift that maintained the balance between sanity and madness. However, for those who dared to disrupt the natural order through betrayal or murder, sleep became a weapon of psychological torment. This era of literature transformed the night from a passive void into a theater of existential judgment, where the vulnerability of the sleeper was used to explore the darkest depths of the human condition. The most visceral exploration of this theme is found in Macbeth. When the ambitious Thane murders the rightful king, he does more than just commit treason. He murders sleep itself. Shakespeare's language here is hauntingly precise. Sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of care, the death of each day's life, sore labor's bath. By killing a guest in his home while they rested, Macbeth destroys the sacred contract of the night. Consequently, he is sentenced to a state of perpetual, agonizing wakefulness. This assassination of sleep is portrayed as a neurological collapse, where the mind, denied the restorative power of rest, begins to hallucinate and fray. The famous sleepwalking scene of Lady Macbeth further emphasizes this descent into madness. Her somnambulism is a bridge between the living and the dead, a state where she is physically awake but mentally trapped in the repetition of her crime. Her slumbery agitation proves that while the body may move, the soul that is stained by guilt can never truly find the quietus of a peaceful night. Furthermore, Shakespeare utilized sleep as a philosophical inquiry into the nature of existence. In Hamlet, the protagonist's famous soliloquy, "to be or not to be," pivots entirely on the metaphor of sleep. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream, aye, there's the rub. Here, sleep is the second self of death, a transitional state that carries the terrifying possibility of eternal nightmares. For the Elizabethan audience, the dream world was not a realm of random fantasy, but a spiritual plane where the consequences of one's earthly actions were revealed. The fear was not of the silence of sleep, but of the dreams that may come when the mortal coil is shuffled off. This transformed the bed into a site of profound spiritual risk, where every individual had to face their own internal demons without the protection of the social mask. In contrast to the tragedies, Shakespeare's comedies, such as A Midsummer Night's Dream, present sleep as a chaotic, transformative force of nature. In the Athenian woods, the night is a liminal space where the boundaries of identity, love, and reality are blurred by the magic of the fairy king. Here, sleep acts as a reset button, allowing characters to emerge from the darkness with a new, albeit confused, perspective on their lives. However, even in comedy, the night remains a place of power and unpredictability. By the time the curtain fell at the Globe Theatre, the audience was left with the realization that sleep is the most democratic of experiences. It is the one state where the king and the beggar are equally vulnerable, and where the truth of the heart cannot be hidden. Shakespeare's legacy in the history of rest is the immortalization of the restless mind, proving that our ability to dream and our ability to sleep are the very foundations of what it means to be human. As the early modern era began to redefine the boundaries of domestic life, a monumental shift occurred in the physical architecture of rest. For most of human history, sleep had taken place on the floor, a horizontal surrender to the cold, damp, and insect-laden earth. However, the rise of the bed frame, or the bedstead, transformed the act of sleeping from a primal necessity into a vertical expression of status, health, and privacy. By elevating the sleeper away from the floor, humanity did more than just escape the drafts of the medieval house. We created a psychological and physical threshold that separated the civilized world of the mind from the lowly world of the ground. This era marked the birth of the bed as the most expensive and symbolically significant piece of furniture in the human household. The primary driver for the elevation of the bed was the biological reality of the pre-industrial home. In the 16th and 17th centuries, floors were often made of packed earth or cold stone, covered in rushes that harbored vermin, moisture, and disease. The bed frame served as a thermal and hygienic barrier. Early frames were often simple wooden boxes or platforms, but they soon evolved into the rope bed. These frames featured a lattice of interlaced hemp ropes that supported a mattress filled with straw, wool, or, for the very wealthy, down feathers. The ropes required constant tightening with a wooden key to prevent the sleeper from sinking into the center, a practical necessity that gave birth to the enduring phrase, "sleep tight." This tensioning of the bed was a ritual of preparation, a mechanical tuning of the environment to ensure a night of uninterrupted restoration. As the bed rose from the floor, it also began to grow in complexity and social weight. The most significant development of this period was the four-poster bed, or the Great Bed. These massive structures, often carved from solid oak, featured four pillars supporting a heavy wooden canopy known as a tester. From this canopy hung thick, velvet or wool curtains that could be drawn tight around the sleeper. This was the invention of the room within a room. In an era before central heating, These curtains served a vital thermal function, trapping the sleeper's body heat within a small, insulated cocoon. However, their social function was even more profound. In the crowded, multi-purpose halls of the 17th century, where servants and family members often slept in the same space, the curtains of the four-poster bed provided the first true sense of domestic privacy. Within those drapes, the individual was finally shielded from the public gaze, allowing for a level of psychological surrender that was previously impossible. The bed became such a powerful symbol of status that it often represented a family's greatest financial asset. The Great Bed of Ware, a legendary 10-foot-wide bed from the Elizabethan era, was said to accommodate 8 couples and became a cultural landmark of the time. Wills from this period frequently list the second-best bed as a primary inheritance, illustrating that the bed was not just a place to sleep, but a repository of a person's legacy and dignity. This vertical migration of rest also changed our relationship with the night. By being up in bed, the human being achieved a state of regal detachment. We were no longer huddled like animals in the straw. We were elevated, protected, and localized. This era established the blueprint for the modern bedroom, proving that the quality of our dreams is often dictated by the height of our foundations and the strength of the barriers we build against the world outside. The night was once a dark, impenetrable ocean of rest, a vast temporal territory where the human spirit retreated from the demands of the world. But in the late 17th century, a single dark beam arrived from the east to drain the depths of this ocean and forever alter the chemistry of human consciousness. This was the Coffee Revolution, a period where Europe transitioned from a culture of depressants to a culture of stimulants, marking the first major chemical assault on the natural rhythms of sleep. Before coffee, the standard beverage of the masses was weak ale or wine. People lived in a state of mild, perpetual intoxication. With the arrival of the black brew, the fog of alcohol was replaced by the sharp, jittery clarity of caffeine. This was not merely a change in taste. It was the birth of the modern, awake world, and the beginning of the end for the traditional biphasic sleep of our ancestors. The epicenters of this transformation were the coffee houses of London, Paris, and Vienna, the so-called penny universities. These were spaces of relentless intellectual and economic labor, where the flickering light of the candle was augmented by the internal spark of the stimulant. For the first time, individuals found they could bypass the natural onset of the first sleep. Caffeine, as we now understand, works by blocking adenosine receptors in the brain, the very molecules that signal the body's need for rest. By artificially inhibiting this signal, the coffee drinkers of the Enlightenment effectively colonized the night. The watchman's hour, that gentle, meditative interval of wakefulness, was transformed into an hour of frantic production, debate, and calculation. The silence of the midnight house was replaced by the clatter of the coffee house, and the slow, rhythmic pulse of the medieval night was broken by the rapid heartbeat of the industrial age to come. The impact on the human circadian rhythm was catastrophic and permanent. As coffee became a staple of the working and merchant classes, the boundaries between day and night began to blur. The second sleep, that dream-rich morning rest, became an obstacle to progress. The emerging capitalist machine demanded a worker who was sober, alert, and available at all hours. Coffee provided the chemical solution to this demand. It allowed the human machine to override its biological limitations, creating a new kind of temporal elasticity. However, this victory over fatigue came at a profound psychological price. By systematically erasing the biphasic rhythm, society lost the unique creative and spiritual insights that had previously been gathered in the quiet intervals of the night. We traded the deep, restorative peace of the ancestral rest for the shallow, anxious vigilance of the stimulated mind. Furthermore, the coffee revolution introduced a new kind of social hierarchy based on alertness. Success was now measured by one's ability to stay awake longer, work harder, and think faster than the competition. This cult of wakefulness, established a precedent that still dictates our modern lives. The bedroom, once a sacred sanctuary of surrender, began to be viewed with a subtle, growing suspicion as a place of lost time and wasted opportunity. As the 18th century progressed, the dark brew of the East had become the fuel of the West's intellectual and economic engine. We had successfully declared war on the dark, and in doing so, we had begun the long process of making sleep an optional luxury rather than a fundamental right. The coffee house was the laboratory where the modern, sleep-deprived human was first engineered, proving that while we can command our bodies to stay awake, we can never truly silence the biological soul's deep, ancient craving for the dark. For millennia, humanity believed that our cycles of waking and sleeping were merely a passive response to the rising and setting of the sun. We were seen as mirrors of the celestial sphere, helpless to do anything but reflect the light and shadow of the external world. However, in the year 1729, a French astronomer named Jean-Jacques Dordas de Marin performed a deceptively simple experiment that would shatter this geocentric view of human biology and reveal a profound mystery hidden within the very cells of every living thing. He proved that life does not just react to the sun, it carries the sun within it. This was the birth of chronobiology, the study of the internal clock, and the realization that we are governed by a rhythmic pulse that is older than the Earth itself. De Marin's experiment involved a humble Mimosa pudica plant, known for folding its leaves at night and opening them during the day. He placed the plant in a pitch-black cupboard, completely isolated from any external light or temperature changes. To his astonishment, the plant continued its rhythmic dance. In the absolute void of the cabinet, without a single photon of sunlight to guide it, the mimosa opened its leaves every morning and closed them every evening with mechanical precision. This simple observation led to a revolutionary conclusion. The rhythm of life is endogenous. It comes from within. This internal metronome, which we now call the circadian rhythm, from the Latin circa diem, meaning about a day, is a biological masterpiece of evolution, a 24-hour internal symphony that coordinates every chemical reaction in our bodies. As science progressed from de Marin's cabinet to the modern laboratory, we discovered that this internal clock is not a single entity, but a hierarchy of oscillators. At the apex sits the suprachiasmatic nucleus, SCN, a tiny cluster of neurons in the hypothalamus that acts as the master conductor. This master clock receives light signals from the eyes and uses them to synchronize the peripheral clocks located in our liver, heart, and skin. However, as de Marin proved, these clocks can run autonomously. Even in total isolation, our body continues to cycle through fluctuations in core temperature, hormone production, and cellular repair. We are, in essence, biological time machines, perpetually predicting the rotation of the planet. This internal synchronization is what allows us to prepare for the demands of the day before we even open our eyes, and to begin the deep processes of detoxification before we even fall into the first sleep. The implications of this discovery are both terrifying and beautiful. It means that the night is not just a time of darkness, but a specific chemical state of being. When the SCN perceives the dimming of the light, it signals the pineal gland to release melatonin, the vampire hormone that only emerges in the dark. This chemical shift is what allows the human spirit to transition from the aggressive, calorie-burning vigilance of the day to the restorative, dream-laden depths of the night. However, in our modern world, we have become circadian orphans. By colonizing the night with artificial light and ignoring the ancient demands of our internal metronome, we have created a state of permanent biological friction. We are living out of sync with our own selves. To look back at de Marin's mimosa is to realize that true health is not found in the mastery of the external world, but in the total alignment with the internal light that has been ticking inside us since the dawn of time. We are not just inhabitants of time. We are the embodiment of it, a rhythmic pulse in a universe that never truly sleeps. For hundreds of thousands of years, the human relationship with time was organic, fluid, and dictated by the rhythms of the earth. We woke with the light, worked with the sun, and surrendered to the first sleep as the shadows deepened. But as the 19th century dawned, the steam-powered engines of the Industrial Revolution introduced a new, mechanical deity to the human landscape: the clock. This was not the astronomical clock of the Mayans or the sundial of the Romans. This was the industrial clock, an instrument of precision and control that viewed time as a commodity to be extracted, sold, and optimized. The primary herald of this new era was the factory whistle, a piercing, metallic scream that shattered the silence of the countryside and forever broke the natural cycle of human rest. The transition from the field to the factory was a profound biological shock to the human nervous system. In the agrarian world, labor was dictated by the seasons and the weather. There were periods of intense effort followed by long periods of restoration. However, the machine never tires. The factory demanded a constant, unyielding supply of human energy. To facilitate this, the traditional biphasic sleep, the first and second sleep that had sustained humanity for millennia, was systematically dismantled. It was seen as an inefficiency, a waste of potential labor. The watchman's hour, once a time for quiet reflection and creative thought, was now occupied by the relentless clatter of looms and the heat of the blast furnace. Time was no longer something we lived through. It was something we punched into. The invention of the night shift was perhaps the most radical assault on the human circadian rhythm in history. For the first time, large segments of the population were forced to work when their bodies were chemically signaled to sleep. This created a new kind of human exhaustion, a chronic, systemic fatigue that could not be solved by a few hours of rest. The industrial worker lived in a state of permanent jet lag, their internal SCN clock in constant friction with the iron whistle of the factory. The home, once a sanctuary of rest, became merely a staging ground for the next shift. The quality of sleep collapsed as workers huddled in crowded, noisy tenements, attempting to find rest in the daylight hours while the world around them roared with the sounds of production. This era marked the birth of sleep debt, a concept that has become a defining characteristic of modern civilization. The psychological impact of this synchronization was equally devastating. By turning time into money, the Industrial Revolution stripped the night of its mystery and its sacredness. Sleep was redefined as a purely mechanical necessity, the minimum amount of downtime required to keep the human engine from seizing up. The rich folklore of the night, the spiritual navigation of the shaman, and the philosophical stillness of the Zen master were all sacrificed on the altar of productivity. We became a species governed by the minute hand, forever chasing a level of efficiency that is fundamentally at odds with our biological soul. The factory whistle did more than just signal the start of a shift. It signaled the end of our ancient, rhythmic connection to the earth. As we look back at the soot-stained skies of the 19th century, we see the beginning of the Great Disconnect. The moment we decided that the demands of the machine were more important than the needs of the heart. For hundreds of thousands of years, the human experience of the night was absolute. Once the sun dipped below the horizon, the world was swallowed by a darkness so thick and velvet that it was almost a physical weight. The only reprieve was the silver light of the moon or the fragile, localized flicker of a tallow candle. But in the early 19th century, a new and unsettling alchemy transformed the urban landscape: the arrival of gaslight. This was the first true colonization of the night, a moment in history where humanity declared that the dark was no longer a sacred boundary, but a problem to be solved. As the streets of London and Paris were illuminated by a network of pipes and burning jets, the very nature of human rest began to dissolve. Gaslight did not just push back the shadows, it began to erode the ancient, biological necessity of the first sleep. The sensory experience of gaslight was unlike anything humanity had ever encountered. It was a cold, flickering, blue-yellow glow that hissed as it burned, casting long, unnatural shadows against the damp brickwork of the Victorian city. To the people of the 1800s, this was a technological miracle that promised safety and perpetual commerce. However, for the human brain, it was a profound deception. Our eyes, evolved over eons to perceive the dimming of the light as a signal for the release of melatonin, were suddenly bombarded by an artificial sun. The presence of gaslight meant that the social day no longer ended at sundown. The theater, the tavern, and the late-night promenade became the new rituals of the night. This expansion of the wakeful day placed a relentless pressure on the traditional biphasic sleep cycle. The interval between the first and second sleep, the quiet watchman's hour, was slowly consumed by the noise and glare of the illuminated city. As the night was illuminated, the psychological sanctuary of the bedroom was breached. Before gaslight, the darkness of the home was a shield that protected the sleeper from the outside world. But as city planners installed street lamps, light began to spill through windows, creating the first instances of what we now call light pollution. This intrusion changed the quality of our rest. The mind, even behind closed eyelids, remained in a state of low-level alertness. The stars, which had served as the celestial navigation for the human soul for millennia, began to fade from the urban sky, drowned out by the hiss of the gas jets. We lost our connection to the cosmic clock, trading the vastness of the universe for the narrow, flickering visibility of the sidewalk. The night was no longer a time of mystery and spiritual journey. It was being rebranded as a time of leisure and consumption. Furthermore, the introduction of gaslight created a new kind of nocturnal anxiety. The light brought safety from footpads and criminals, but it also brought a relentless visibility that stripped the individual of their privacy. The rule of silence that had governed the pre-industrial night was broken by the clatter of carriages and the chatter of a society that refused to go to bed. This era marked the beginning of the monophasic sleep trend, the attempt to cram all rest into a single, late-night block to accommodate the new demands of an illuminated social life. By the time the gas lamps were replaced by the even harsher glare of electricity, the damage to our ancestral rhythms was already complete. We had successfully ended true darkness, but in doing so, we had also ended the profound, rhythmic peace that had sustained the human spirit since the dawn of time. We had become a species that feared the dark less, but also one that understood the value of the silence within it much less. In the shadowed heart of the 19th century, the human bedroom underwent a transformation that was as much ideological as it was architectural. This was the era of the Victorian bedroom, a space defined by the contradictory forces of velvet and iron. As the world outside became increasingly polluted, noisy, and illuminated by the hiss of gaslight, the bedroom was reimagined as a domestic fortress, a sanctuary of absolute moral and physical purity. However, this sanctuary was built upon a foundation of profound anxiety. The Victorian obsession with sanitation and social respectability dictated the very materials upon which humanity rested, turning the act of sleeping into a performance of discipline and defensive isolation. The transition from the warm, organic wood of the medieval bedstead to the cold, clinical rigidity of the iron frame marked a turning point in our psychological relationship with the night. The primary driver of this shift was the emergence of the germ theory and a growing terror of the invisible. For centuries, wooden beds had been cherished family heirlooms, but in the Victorian mind, they became suspected breeding grounds for vermin and miasma. The solution was the iron bedstead. These frames, often enameled in stark white or black, were marketed as the pinnacle of hygiene. They were easy to scrub, impossible for bedbugs to penetrate, and allowed for the circulation of air, a vital concern in a century haunted by tuberculosis and cholera. This elevation of health over comfort stripped the bed of its ancient, cozy warmth. The sleeper lay upon a metallic structure that mirrored the industrial machinery of the age, a stark reminder that even in rest, the human body was a biological engine that required maintenance and sterilization. The iron bed was not just a piece of furniture, it was a medical instrument. To balance the coldness of the iron, the Victorians surrounded their sleep with a staggering volume of fabric. This was the age of the heavy velvet curtain, the thick wool rug, and the multi-layered counterpane. This velvet shield served a dual purpose. Practically, it was an acoustic and thermal barrier. In the booming industrial cities, where the sound of iron carriage wheels on cobblestones was relentless, these heavy fabrics absorbed the vibrations of the modern world. Psychologically, however, they represented the Victorian need to compartmentalize the self. The bedroom became a place of sacred privacy, where the individual could hide from the prying eyes of society and the moral decay of the streets. The bed was often shrouded in such a density of drapery that it became a dark, airless cocoon. Within this velvet void, the sleeper was protected from the outside world, but also trapped within the rigid moral codes of the era. Furthermore, the 19th century saw the rise of a peculiar trend that fundamentally changed the intimacy of the night: the twin bed. Influenced by the era's frantic concern for health and purity, medical professionals began to suggest that sharing a bed, and thus sharing expired air and bodily fluids, was a cause of vitality loss and disease. For the first time, husbands and wives began to sleep in separate, identical iron beds, often separated by a small nightstand. This physical distance was the ultimate expression of Victorian decorum. It transformed the communal, warm sleep of the previous centuries into a solitary, disciplined experience. By the end of the 1800s, the bedroom had become a theater of isolation. We had successfully engineered a space that was sterile, quiet, and private. But in doing so, we had also created a landscape of profound loneliness. The Victorian night was a period of velvet silence and iron discipline, a time when humanity successfully conquered the germ, but began to lose the ancient, shared warmth of the collective human rest. As the 19th century dissolved into the 20th, the night underwent its final and most radical secularization. For millennia, dreams were regarded as external visitations, celestial whispers, demonic temptations, or prophetic glimpses into a shared future. However, in the year 1900, with the publication of The Interpretation of Dreams, an Austrian neurologist named Sigmund Freud performed a monumental surgery on the human spirit. He declared that the images haunting our sleep were not messages from the gods, but coded transmissions from the darkest, most private de-hallers of our own minds. This was the birth of the psychological night, an era where the bed became a laboratory of the soul, and the dream became the royal road to the unconscious. Freud transformed sleep from a period of passive restoration into an active, chaotic theater of repressed desires and symbolic survival. Freud's central thesis was that the mind is a fractured entity, a structure defined by the perpetual friction between the id, the ego, and the superego. During the waking day, the censor, a psychological guardian fueled by social decorum and moral laws, keeps our primal urges and traumatic memories locked away. But as the body surrenders to sleep, the censor grows weary. In the shadows of the night, these repressed thoughts attempt to break into consciousness. To protect the sleeper from the shock of their own true desires, the mind performs an act of dream work. It disguises these raw impulses through a complex language of symbols, metaphors, and displacements. What we remember upon waking, the manifest content, is merely a hollow shell. The true meaning, the latent content, remains hidden, waiting to be decoded by the analytical gaze. This shift in perspective fundamentally altered the architecture of human rest. For the first time, the meaning of sleep was internalized. We no longer looked to the stars or the priests to explain our nocturnal visions. We looked inward, toward the forgotten experiences of early childhood and the forbidden cravings of the adult heart. The Victorian bedroom, already a space of isolation, now became a site of intense internal investigation. Freud taught humanity that we are never truly alone when we sleep. We are accompanied by a second self, that speaks a language of distorted imagery and fragmented narratives. This era introduced a new kind of nocturnal anxiety, the fear that our own minds were keeping secrets from us. The silence of the night was no longer a void, but a dense, echoing chamber filled with the whispers of the subconscious. Furthermore, Freud's work established the foundation for our modern understanding of sleep as a period of psychological housekeeping. While he lacked the tools of modern neuroscience, his intuition that dreams serve to process and regulate our emotional lives was prophetic. He viewed the dream as a safety valve, a mechanism that allowed the mind to express dangerous thoughts without shattering the psyche. By the mid-20th century, this idea had permeated every level of global culture, from literature and art to the way we discuss our own morning reflections. We stopped being recipients of the night and became authors of it. The Freudian legacy reminds us that while the light of reason may govern our days, the darkness of the night belongs to a much older, much more mysterious version of ourselves, a version that continues to weave its complex, symbolic tapestries every time we close our eyes. In 1879, humanity's millennial truce with the darkness was officially broken. Thomas Edison's perfection of the incandescent light bulb was not merely an incremental improvement in illumination. It was a fundamental rewriting of the laws of terrestrial existence. Before this moment, the night was a sovereign territory, a vast, untamable ocean of shadow that forced activity to cease and bodies to rest. Electricity was the weapon that allowed humanity to colonize this final frontier on Earth. This was the Electric Revolution, an era that declared war on sleep in the name of productivity, safety, and perpetual leisure. Unlike the flickering tallow candle or the hissing gas jet, electric light was steady, odorless, and terrifyingly brilliant. It possessed the power to turn high noon into midnight at the flip of a switch, detaching the human experience from the rotation of the planet for the first time in history. The primary casualty of this revolution was the last vestige of the ancestral biphasic sleep pattern. The watchman's hour, that sacred interval of wakefulness between two periods of rest, was obliterated by the ability to extend the social day indefinitely. The electric bulb did not just push back the shadows, it actively invaded the human brain. We now know that the specific wavelengths of light emitted by early incandescent bulbs, and vastly more so by modern LEDs, aggressively suppress the production of melatonin in the pineal gland. By flooding our evening environments with this artificial sun, we tricked our ancient biological clocks into believing that the day had never ended. The bedroom, once a dark cave dedicated to recovery, became a twilight zone filled with reading lamps, streetlights bleeding through curtains, and eventually the glow of screens. The brain was placed in a state of perpetual, low-level arousal, unable to descend into the deep, restorative valleys of sleep that our ancestors took for granted. Sociologically, the colonization of the night created the blueprint for the modern 24/7 society. The economic imperative of the Industrial Revolution, that machines should never stop running, was finally realizable. The graveyard shift became a standard feature of the labor market, creating a permanent underclass of chronologically displaced workers. Cities began to compete on the basis of their nocturnal vitality. The city that never sleeps became the ultimate aspirational slogan of the 20th century. Nightlife, previously restricted to the shadowy corners of taverns, exploded into brilliantly illuminated theaters, restaurants, and dance halls. The night was rebranded from a time of danger and rest into a time of consumption and opportunity. The moral weight of early to bed, early to rise, collapsed under the sheer voltage of the new era. The psychological impact of this shift is still being calculated. By erasing the boundaries of the night, we lost the natural periods of solitude and reflection that had balanced the human psyche for eons. We swapped the profound silence of the dark for the constant hum of the electric grid. The Electric Revolution was an undeniable triumph of human ingenuity, a Promethean victory over the limitations of nature. Yet, As we look back from the vantage point of our chronically sleep-deprived civilization, we must recognize the profound cost of this victory. We conquered the dark, but in doing so, we exiled ourselves from the deep, rhythmic peace that only true darkness can provide. We became the masters of light, but slaves to a relentless, artificial clock that knows no sunset. While Sigmund Freud was the pioneer who opened the door to the psychological night, it was his student and eventual rival, Carl Gustav Jung, who expanded that small, dark basement into a vast, celestial cathedral. For Jung, the night was not merely a dumping ground for repressed personal traumas or forbidden desires. Instead, he proposed that when we close our eyes, we descend into a reservoir of experience that is older than the individual, a realm he called the collective unconscious. This era of thought redefined the dream not as a symptom of a hidden illness, but as a vital piece of a universal puzzle. Jung believed that the symbols haunting our sleep, the wise old man, the terrifying shadow, the vast ocean, were not random fragments of our own lives, but archetypes inherited from the entire history of the human species. Jung's departure from Freud was a radical shift from the personal to the cosmic. He argued that beneath the personal unconscious, which stores our individual memories, lies a deeper layer shared by all of humanity. This layer is populated by archetypes, ancient, universal patterns and images that appear in myths, religions, and fairy tales across all cultures and eras. When you dream of being chased by a dark figure, Jung would argue you are not just fleeing a personal fear, but encountering the shadow, the personification of everything the ego has rejected. When you dream of a guiding light or a wise mentor, you are connecting with the archetype of the self, or the wise old man. To Jung, the night was a bridge connecting the modern individual to the ancient shaman, the medieval knight, and the prehistoric hunter. We were all drinking from the same symbolic well. The ultimate goal of sleep and dreaming in the Jungian perspective was individuation. This is the lifelong process of self-realization, of bringing the disparate parts of the psyche, the conscious and the unconscious, into a state of harmonious wholeness. Dreams were the primary tools for this endeavor. Jung viewed dreams as compensatory, meaning they provide the mind with the information it lacks during the waking day to maintain psychological balance. If an individual is too arrogant during the day, the dream might present them as small and vulnerable, forcing the ego to recognize its limitations. The night was thus a laboratory of equilibrium, a time when the great architect of the subconscious attempted to repair the imbalances of the daylight personality. Furthermore, Jung's exploration of the night introduced the concept of synchronicity, the idea that events in the external world can mirror the internal reality of a dream. This gave the night a mystical, almost prophetic quality that resonated with ancient traditions. By the mid-20th century, Jungian analysis had transformed how we perceive our own nocturnal journeys. We stopped seeing dreams as codes to be cracked and started seeing them as living experiences to be felt and integrated. The night was no longer a period of lost time or hidden shame. It was a sacred space of active imagination. Jung proved that every time we fall asleep, we are not just resting our bodies. We are participating in the eternal story of mankind, weaving our small, individual threads into the vast, shimmering tapestry of the collective human soul. For the vast majority of human history, science viewed sleep as a state of not being, a simple biological shutdown where the brain, exhausted by the day's labors, became a dark, quiet room. It was perceived as a passive process, a valley of silence between the peaks of conscious activity. However, in 1953, in a cramped, shadow-filled laboratory at the University of Chicago, this ancient assumption was shattered by an accidental discovery that would launch the modern era of sleep medicine. This was the year that Eugene Aserinsky, a graduate student working under the legendary sleep researcher Nathaniel Clayton, noticed something impossible on the scrolling paper of a primitive electroencephalograph. He observed that at certain intervals during the night, The eyes of the sleeper were not still, but were darting frantically beneath closed lids. This was the birth of REM, rapid eye movement sleep, the moment we realize that the brain, far from being silent, is often more active in the dead of night than it is during the brightest day. The discovery was not immediate. It was a battle against skepticism and mechanical failure. Aserinsky was monitoring his own 8-year-old son, Armand, using an old, refurbished Offner dynograph. In the early hours of the morning, the pens of the machine began to oscillate with violent intensity. Aserinsky's first instinct was that the equipment had malfunctioned, that the child was waking up, or that a wire had come loose. But upon entering the room, he found his son in a state of profound, undisturbed slumber. The paradox was staggering. The body was paralyzed in sleep, yet the brain was firing with the electrical intensity of a person engaged in complex mathematics or intense emotional debate. This state, initially dubbed paradoxical sleep, proved that Ikenun sleep's architecture was not a flat line, but a rhythmic, escalating cycle of distinct neurological states. The identification of REM sleep provided the biological missing link for the psychological theories of the previous decades. While Freud and Jung had explored the meaning of dreams, Aserinsky and Clayton discovered the engine of dreams. We now understand that during REM, the brainstem sends signals to the cerebral cortex, the seat of higher thought, which then attempts to weave these random electrical pulses into a narrative. This is why dreams are often chaotic yet emotionally resonant. Simultaneously, the body enters a state of atonia, a temporary paralysis of the voluntary muscles. This is nature's safeguard, an evolutionary mechanism designed to prevent us from physically acting out our dreams and potentially leaping into the dark. The discovery of this cycle revealed that a healthy night's rest is a carefully choreographed dance between NREM, non-rapid eye movement stages, which repair the body, and REM stages, which recalibrate the mind. The impact of this breakthrough cannot be overstated. It transformed sleep from a period of lost time into a vital phase of cognitive processing and emotional regulation. We learned that without REM, the human mind loses its ability to process complex social cues and manage stress. The discovery also paved the way for the identification of numerous sleep disorders, from sleep apnea to narcolepsy, by providing a baseline for what a normal neurological night should look like. Aserinsky's breakthrough proved that the night is not a void. It is a laboratory. It reminded us that even when we are most still, we are traveling through vast, internal landscapes. The flickering eyes of a sleeper are the only outward sign of a profound, inward journey, a testament to the fact that the human spirit never truly rests. It simply changes the frequency of its existence. In the winter of 1964, a 17-year-old high school student named Randy Gardner embarked on a journey into the uncharted territory of the human psyche, a journey that would push the limits of biological endurance to the very edge of madness. His goal was deceptively simple: to see how long a human being could remain awake without the aid of stimulants. What began as a science fair project in San Diego soon evolved into one of the most significant and chilling clinical observations in the history of neuroscience. For 11 days and 25 minutes, a total of 264 hours, Gardner stayed awake, providing the world with a harrowing map of what happens when the brain is systematically starved of its most fundamental requirement. This was the era where we learned that sleep is not merely a luxury of the tired, but a non-negotiable pillar of sanity. The progression of Gardner's cognitive collapse was a descent into a waking nightmare, documented with clinical precision by Stanford sleep researcher Dr. William Dement. By the second day, the simple act of focusing his eyes became an agonizing struggle. His vision blurred, and he developed a condition known as asteriognosis, the inability to identify objects by touch alone. By the fourth day, the veil of reality began to tear. Gardner experienced profound hallucinations, mistaking a street sign for a person and believing that he was a famous American football player. His personality, once steady and youthful, shattered into fragments of irritability and paranoia. He began to imagine that his friends were conspiring against him, his mind unable to distinguish between external truth and internal delusion. The night was no longer a period of rest, but a distorted landscape where the boundaries of the self were dissolving. As the experiment entered its second week, the neurological glitches became even more profound. Gardner's speech became slurred and incoherent. His memory became a sieve, unable to hold onto a thought for more than a few seconds. In one famous instance on the final day, he was asked to subtract 7 from 100 repeatedly. He stopped at 65, simply because he had forgotten what he was doing. His brain was performing what scientists now call microsleeps, momentary bursts of sleep lasting only seconds, where the eyelids remain open but the brain essentially flickers off. These were desperate, involuntary attempts by the nervous system to perform emergency maintenance while the body remained upright. It was as if the lights were being turned off one by one in a vast mansion, leaving only the most primitive corridors illuminated. The conclusion of the experiment provided a startling insight into the brain's resilience and its absolute dependence on the nocturnal cycle. When Gardner finally surrendered to sleep, he did not just rest. His brain entered a state of massive compensatory recovery. He slept for nearly 15 hours straight, with his brain prioritizing a massive surge in stage 4 deep sleep and REM cycles, effectively vacuuming the toxic byproducts of 11 days of wakefulness. This experiment proved that while the human spirit can defy the sun, it cannot escape the biology of the dark. Gardner's 264 hours remains a haunting testament to the fragility of the human mind. It taught us that without the sanctuary of the night, the complex architecture of our thoughts, our memories, and our very identities will inevitably crumble into dust. We are, at our core, creatures of the rhythm, and to break that rhythm is to court a darkness that no lamp can ever light. As the relentless gears of the industrial and digital ages began to grind against the ancient machinery of human biology, a new kind of crisis emerged, the epidemic of wakefulness. By the mid-20th century, the great disconnect from the natural rhythms of the earth had created a civilization that was perpetually exhausted, yet unable to surrender to the dark. To solve this paradox, humanity turned to the ultimate tool of the modern era, synthetic chemistry. This was the birth of the sleeping pill, a technological intervention designed to act as a chemical off-switch for the human mind. It marked a radical shift in our relationship with the night, where sleep was no longer a rhythmic gift to be cultivated, but a commodity to be manufactured, packaged, and swallowed. This section explores the cold, clinical evolution of the sedative hypnotic, a journey from the dangerous elixirs of the Victorian era to the sophisticated molecular triggers of the present day. The quest for chemical sleep began long before the modern laboratory. For millennia, humanity had utilized the sedative powers of the opium, poppy, and alcohol, but these were crude and unpredictable tools. The first true breakthrough in the chemistry of rest occurred in 1869 with the synthesis of chloral hydrate. It was the first non-opiate sedative, a potent liquid that could plunge a patient into a heavy, dreamless unconsciousness. In the smog-choked cities of the late 19th century, chloral hydrate became the Mickey Finn of the medical world, a shortcut to oblivion for those whose nerves were shattered by the noise of the machine age. However, its safety margin was perilously narrow. It was a blunt instrument that often led to addiction or fatal overdose, proving that while chemistry could command the body to be still, it could not yet mimic the delicate nuance of natural slumber. The 20th century saw the rise of the barbiturates, a class of drugs that would define the pharmaceutical night for decades. Beginning with barbital in 1903 and phenobarbital in 1912, these substances worked by aggressively suppressing the entire central nervous system. They were the atomic bombs of the medicine cabinet. While they were effective at inducing a state that looked like sleep, They were neurologically catastrophic. Barbiturates effectively bypassed the brain's natural architecture, obliterating the REM and deep sleep stages that are critical for psychological health. The sleep provided by barbiturates was actually a form of prolonged sedation, a chemical stupor that left the user feeling physically hungover and mentally depleted the following morning. The tragic deaths of icons like Marilyn Monroe served as a grim testament to the volatility of these early chemical sleep aids, tools that were often as dangerous as the insomnia they sought to cure. The next major evolution came in the 1960s with the discovery of benzodiazepines, such as Valium and Xanax. These drugs were heralded as a safer, more refined solution to the problem of the restless mind. Unlike the blunt force of barbiturates, benzodiazepines worked by enhancing the effect of GABA, gamma-aminobutyric acid, the brain's primary inhibitory neurotransmitter. By turning up the volume on the brain's natural calming signals, these pills allowed for a more controlled descent into rest. However, this refinement came with a hidden price: the erosion of the brain's own ability to regulate sleep. Long-term use led to rebound insomnia, a state where the brain, having grown reliant on the chemical crutch, could no longer find the shore of sleep on its own. The night had become a prisoner of the prescription pad. In the modern era, we have entered the age of the Z-drugs, such as Ambien and Zopiclone and orexin antagonists. These are highly targeted molecules designed to interact with very specific receptors, attempting to induce a state that more closely mimics the natural cycles of NREM and REM. Yet, even with this level of molecular precision, the fundamental tension remains. Sedation is not sleep. The chemical night lacks the profound restorative complexity of the natural circadian rhythm. When we take a pill, we are essentially performing a neurological lobotomy on the night, silencing the Gurskusati, Watchman's Hour, and the vivid dreams of the REM cycle in exchange for a quiet, artificial void. The history of the sleeping pill is the story of our desperate attempt to buy back the peace we traded away for the electric light. A reminder that while we can manufacture stillness, we have yet to replicate the soul-deep healing that only the true, unmediated dark can provide. For the entirety of human history, the speed of travel was tethered to the natural pace of the earth. Whether on foot, by horse, or by sail, the human body moved across the landscape at a rate that allowed its internal biological clock to stay in perfect harmony with the rising and setting of the sun. But in the 1950s, the roar of the jet engine shattered this ancient synchronization. This was the dawn of the jet age, an era where humanity achieved the Promethean power to outrun the sun itself. For the first time, an individual could have breakfast in London and arrive in New York before the local time for lunch, effectively traveling faster than the Earth's rotation. While this was a triumph of engineering, it was a biological catastrophe. The jet age introduced a new kind of haunting to the human experience, the phenomenon of jet lag, a state where the soul and the body are chronologically displaced, existing in two different places at once. The mechanics of this displacement are centered in the hypothalamus, within the suprachiasmatic nucleus, SCN. This master clock is programmed to follow a 24-hour cycle based on the light signals of a specific location. When we cross multiple time zones in a matter of hours, we perform a violent phase shift on our biology. The SCN is suddenly bombarded with light at a time it expects darkness, and vice versa. This creates a state of internal anarchy. While the brain may perceive the new local time, the peripheral clocks in the liver, heart, and lungs are still operating on the time of the departure city. This internal desynchronization is why a jet-lagged traveler feels a profound existential malaise, a combination of insomnia, digestive distress, and cognitive fog. We have conquered the geography of the planet, but we have done so by breaking the rhythmic integrity of our own cells. The cultural impact of the jet age was equally profound. It gave birth to the global citizen, a person who is at home everywhere but synchronized nowhere. The night was no longer a localized sanctuary. It became a variable to be managed through caffeine, sleeping pills, and artificial lighting. The 1960s and 70s saw the rise of the international business traveler, a figure who operated in a state of permanent social jet lag. Success in the global economy became synonymous with the ability to suppress the body's natural craving for rest. The luxury of the jet was paired with the exhaustion of the spirit. We created a world that operates on a single digital heartbeat, the $24-hour stock market, the $24-hour news cycle, while our biological hearts still beat to the ancient, localized rhythm of the earth. Furthermore, the jet age forced us to confront the placelessness of modern rest. To sleep in a hotel room in Tokyo while your brain believes it is midnight in Paris is to experience a thinning of reality. The bedroom was no longer a sacred anchor to a specific piece of land. It became a transient pod, a temporary shelter in a world that never stops moving. This era proved that while we can transport the flesh across oceans in a few hours, the spirit requires time to catch up. The recovery from a long-haul flight is not just a period of sleep. It is a ritual of re-earthing, a slow, painful process of convincing the body that it belongs to the ground beneath its feet once again. The jet age taught us that time is not just a number on a watch. It is a biological tether, and to cut that tether is to drift into a twilight world of chronic fatigue and celestial disconnect. In the modern world, the rising sun is often viewed as a moral clarion call, a signal that the virtuous, the productive, and the successful must begin their day. For decades, society has operated under the morning lark bias, perpetuating the myth that those who rise early are inherently more disciplined than those who find their peak energy under the light of the moon. However, as the 21st century advances, neuroscience has revealed a profound biological truth. Our preferred timing for sleep and wakefulness is not a matter of willpower or character, but a hardwired genetic destiny. This is the science of chronotypes, the internal biological manifestation of our unique circadian rhythms. It is a spectrum of existence that divides humanity into larks, owls, and the vast middle ground of third birds, proving that the early bird does not always get the worm. Sometimes, the early bird is simply operating on a different genetic frequency. The foundation of our chronotype lies deep within our DNA, specifically involving the length and expression of certain clock genes, such as PER-US. Geneticists have discovered that individuals with a longer version of the PER-US gene tend to be morning larks, people whose internal clocks run slightly faster than 24 hours, driving them to bed early and waking them with the first light. Conversely, those with shorter variants often become night owls. Their internal clocks run longer than 24 hours, creating a natural delay in the release of melatonin. For an owl, the biological midnight does not occur at the chronological midnight, but hours later. This means that forcing a night owl to attend a 9-to-5 job is the physiological equivalent of forcing a Londoner to live on Tokyo time every single day. This state of permanent friction is known as social jet lag, a condition where the demands of society are in direct conflict with the demands of the genome. From an evolutionary perspective, the existence of different chronotypes was a vital survival strategy for the human species. In the ancient, hunter-gatherer tribes, a group where everyone slept at the same time was a group that was vulnerable to nocturnal predators. By having larks who woke early to scout and owls who stayed awake late to guard the fire, the tribe ensured that someone was alert for almost 21 out of 24 hours. This sentinel hypothesis suggests that the night owl is not a lazy modern invention, but an ancient guardian of the human race. The silence they find at 2 a.m. is not a void, but a workspace they have occupied for 100,000 years. However, in our industrial and digital age, we have pathologized this guardian role, labeling it as delayed sleep phase disorder and punishing the owl for their ancestral alertness. The consequences of ignoring one's chronotype are severe and systemic. When a night owl is forced to wake up 4 hours before their biological dawn, they are deprived of the most critical REM cycles of the morning. This leads to a state of chronic sleep deprivation that affects everything from metabolic health to emotional regulation. Research shows that owls operating in a lark's world have a higher risk of cardiovascular issues, type 2 diabetes, and mental health struggles. This is not due to a flaw in the owl, but due to the biological stress of living out of sync. As we move toward a more chrono-aware society, we are beginning to realize that flexibility in work and school schedules is not just a matter of convenience. It is a matter of public health. To respect the night owl is to respect the diversity of human biology, acknowledging that the night is a fertile territory for a significant portion of our species to think, create, and protect. For the vast majority of our lives, we are passive spectators in the theater of our own minds. We wander through the bizarre landscapes of our dreams, accepting the impossible as ordinary and the chaotic as logical, only to wake up and realize we were merely passengers in a vehicle we did not control. However, there exists a rare and profound state of consciousness that blurs the boundary between the waking world and the nocturnal void: lucid dreaming. This is the phenomenon where the dreamer becomes aware that they are dreaming while still immersed in the REM cycle, effectively waking up inside the subconscious. Once dismissed as mystical hearsay, lucid dreaming is now a rigorously studied neurological reality, proving that the human mind possesses the extraordinary ability to achieve full self-awareness while the body remains in a state of total paralysis. The scientific validation of lucid dreaming occurred in the late 1970s and early 1980s, primarily through the pioneering work of Dr. Stephen LaBerge at Stanford University. LaBerge realized that while the body is paralyzed during REM sleep to prevent us from acting out our dreams, the muscles of the eyes remain under voluntary control. He instructed experienced lucid dreamers to perform a specific sequence of left-to-right eye movements the moment they achieved lucidity within a dream. By monitoring their electrooculagram or EOG patterns, LaBerge captured the first objective proof of a mind communicating from the world of the dead to the world of the living. This was the moment Ikonon, sleep's final frontier, was breached, a signal that the dreamer had moved from being a victim of the narrative to being its director. Neurologically, a lucid dream is a hybrid state of consciousness. In a standard dream, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain responsible for logical reasoning, self-reflection, and working memory, is largely deactivated. This is why we do not question why we are flying or talking to people long deceased. However, during a lucid dream, this specific region of the brain wakes up or reactivates while the rest of the brain remains in the high-frequency activity of REM sleep. This creates a fascinating paradox. The dreamer possesses the executive function of their waking life, but is surrounded by the infinite, plastic reality of the subconscious. In this state, the brain's primary task is no longer just processing emotions. It is a high-stakes simulation where the laws of physics are merely suggestions, and the limits of the imagination are the only true boundaries. The implications of this mastery over the night are vast and transformative. For those who suffer from chronic nightmares, particularly survivors of trauma, lucid dreaming offers a therapeutic mechanism to confront and rewrite the terrifying narratives of their sleep. Beyond therapy, the lucid state is a laboratory for peak performance. Studies have shown that the brain circuits activated when we perform an action in a lucid dream, such as practicing a musical instrument or a sports maneuver, are the same circuits used in the waking world. This nocturnal rehearsal allows for the refinement of motor skills and the resolution of complex creative problems without the constraints of time or physical failure. To achieve lucidity is to reclaim approximately 1/3 of our lives that would otherwise be lost to the shadows, turning the dark hours into a training ground for the soul. Ultimately, the science of lucid dreaming reminds us that the mind is not an island, but a vast, uncharted continent. It proves that awareness is not a binary switch, but a spectrum of light that can illuminate even the deepest reaches of the night. As we look toward the future of neurotechnology, we may find ways to induce these states more reliably, allowing every human being to step into the director's chair. For now, the lucid dream remains a testament to the resilience and curiosity of the human spirit, a reminder that even when we are most still, we are capable of extraordinary voyages. We are not just the dreamers, we are the architects of the dream, and in that realization lies the key to a deeper understanding of what it truly means to be awake. As the sun sets and the conscious mind begins its retreat, the brain does not simply turn off the lights and wait for the dawn. Instead, it transforms into one of the most sophisticated filing systems in the known universe. This is the process of memory consolidation, the nocturnal alchemy that turns the fragile, fleeting experiences of the day into the enduring stone of long-term knowledge. During the waking hours, our brain is in a state of constant acquisition, bombarded by millions of bits of information, most of which are destined to be forgotten. But the night is the time of the great selection. It is when the brain decides what is worthy of being kept in the memory palace and what must be discarded into the abyss of oblivion. Without this rhythmic pause, the human mind would be nothing more than a chaotic ledger of unrelated facts, unable to learn, adapt, or build a coherent identity. The primary architect of this process is the hippocampus, a seahorse-shaped structure deep within the temporal lobe. Think of the hippocampus as a temporary inbox for the day's events. It is high capacity but volatile. If the information is not moved, it will be overwritten by the next day's experiences. As we enter the deep stages of NREM sleep, specifically stage OOS or slow-wave sleep, the brain begins a high-speed transfer. The hippocampus replays the neural firing patterns of the day at 10 to 20 times their original speed, effectively teaching the information to the neocortex, the brain's long-term storage vault. This dialogue between the inner and outer brain is the biological foundation of learning. It is a ritual of relocation, ensuring that our skills, our vocabulary, and our most cherished moments are etched into the permanent architecture of our minds. Different stages of sleep serve different types of memory. While slow-wave sleep is critical for declarative memory, the what of our lives, such as facts, names, and dates, REM sleep is the domain of procedural and emotional memory. REM is where we master the how. Whether it is learning to play a complex piano concerto or refining a new athletic maneuver, the brain uses the vivid, high-frequency activity of the dream state to strengthen the neural pathways associated with physical skills. Furthermore, REM sleep performs an emotional strip mining process. It allows us to retain the memory of a difficult event while stripping away the raw, painful emotional charge associated with it. This makes sleep the ultimate form of nocturnal therapy, allowing us to wake up the next morning with our memories intact but our spirits healed. The consequences of modern sleep deprivation on this memory system are catastrophic. When we cut our rest short, we are effectively hitting the cancel button on our brain's save function. Research has shown that a single night of sleep deprivation can reduce the brain's ability to form new memories by almost 30%. The hippocampus becomes like a waterlogged sponge, unable to absorb even a single new drop of information. In our hyperconnected, always-on society, we are systematically eroding our capacity for deep wisdom in exchange for shallow, temporary data. To respect the night is to respect the integrity of our own history. The memory palace requires the silence of the dark to be built. Only in the stillness of sleep can we truly become the masters of what we have learned, turning a lifetime of moments into a legacy of knowledge. For decades, one of the greatest mysteries in human biology was a simple question of plumbing. How does the most metabolically active organ in the body, the brain, dispose of its waste? Every other organ is serviced by the lymphatic system, a network of vessels that carries away cellular debris and toxins. Yet, the brain appeared to have no such system, leading scientists to wonder if the seat of human consciousness was somehow immune to the buildup of biological trash. It was not until the year 2012 that a team of researchers led by Dr. Macon Nedergaard at the University of Rochester discovered a hidden, nocturnal sewage system that operates only when we are in the deepest stages of sleep. This is the glymphatic system, a combination of the words glial cells and lymphatic, and its discovery has fundamentally rewritten our understanding of why sleep is a biological imperative for survival. During the waking hours, the brain is a high-energy furnace, consuming approximately 20% of the body's total energy. This intense activity produces a constant stream of metabolic byproducts, including toxic proteins like beta-amyloid and tau. If left to accumulate, these substances act like sand in the gears of a delicate watch, leading to cognitive decline and the onset of neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's. However, as we enter the stage of deep NREM sleep, a remarkable transformation occurs. The glial cells, the supporting cells of the nervous system, begin to shrink, increasing the space between the neurons by as much as 60%. This expansion creates a series of channels that allow cerebrospinal fluid to rush through the brain tissue, literally washing away the toxic buildup of the day. This nightly wash is a masterpiece of biological engineering. The flow of cerebrospinal fluid is driven by the rhythmic pulsing of the brain's arteries, which act like a pump to push the fluid into the interstitial spaces. This process is intensely energy dependent, which is why it cannot happen while we are awake. The brain cannot simultaneously process the complex data of reality and perform its deep cleaning duties. We must go offline to allow the janitorial staff of the nervous system to enter. This is why a single night of sleep deprivation can lead to a significant increase in the concentration of beta-amyloid in the brain. When we skip sleep, we are effectively refusing to let the trash be collected, leaving our most precious organ to stew in its own metabolic waste. The discovery of the glymphatic system has provided a chilling new perspective on the long-term cost of our sleep-deprived culture. It suggests that the relationship between sleep loss and Alzheimer's is not just a correlation, but a direct causal link. Chronic exhaustion is not merely a social inconvenience, it is a slow-motion biological poisoning. To respect the night is to recognize that we are not just resting our minds, we are physically sanitizing our brains. As we look toward the future of medicine, the goal is no longer just to stay awake longer, but to ensure that the great wash of the night is as efficient as possible. The glymphatic system reminds us that the silence of sleep is not empty. It is a period of vital hydraulic labor, ensuring that we wake up the next morning with a mind that is clear, renewed, and capable of another day of existence. The history of human civilization is often told through the lens of architecture, warfare, or philosophy, but there is a more intimate narrative hidden beneath our very bodies: the evolution of the mattress. For nearly 100,000 years, the quality of our rest has been dictated by the materials we place between ourselves and the cold, unyielding earth. The mattress is not merely a piece of furniture. It is a technological interface, a soft buffer that allows the biological machine of the human body to surrender its weight and enter the sanctuary of sleep. This journey from the primitive grass beds of the Neolithic era to the space-age polymers of the 21st century is a testament to our eternal quest for the perfect cradle, a search for a surface that can mimic the weightlessness of the womb. The earliest known mattress was discovered in the Sibudu Cave in South Africa, dating back approximately 77,000 years. This was not a random pile of debris, but a sophisticated piece of prehistoric engineering. Our ancestors utilized layers of sedges and rushes, topped with a top sheet of aromatic leaves from the Cryptocarya woodii tree. These leaves contained chemical compounds that acted as a natural insecticide, protecting the sleeper from the biting insects of the African night. This was the birth of the functional bed, A realization that the environment of rest must be actively managed to ensure survival. For millennia, this remained the standard. Whether it was the palm boughs of ancient Egypt or the hay-filled sacks of the medieval peasant, the mattress was an organic, temporary construction that required constant renewal. The true revolution in the architecture of rest occurred during the 19th century with the introduction of the steel coil spring. Before this, the support of a bed came from tensioned ropes or heavy wooden slats, which offered little in the way of pressure relief. The invention of the innerspring mattress transformed sleep into a mechanical experience. By utilizing hundreds of individual steel spirals, the mattress could finally respond to the unique contours of the human spine, distributing weight and allowing for a level of physical surrender that was previously impossible. This was the era where the mattress became a durable, industrial product, a centerpiece of the modern home that was expected to last for decades. However, even the steel spring could not solve the fundamental problem of point pressure, the friction between the unyielding metal and the soft human tissue. The final frontier of this evolution arrived in the late 20th century, born not from the bedroom, but from the laboratory of NASA. In the 1970s, researchers seeking a material to protect astronauts from the extreme G-forces of takeoff developed viscoelastic foam, more commonly known as memory foam. This material possessed a unique property. It could change its shape in response to heat and pressure, effectively remembering the body that lay upon it. When memory foam entered the consumer market, it ended the era of the mechanical bed and began the era of the molecular bed. Today, we sleep upon surfaces engineered at the microscopic level to optimize blood flow, regulate temperature, and induce a state of zero-gravity rest. We have come a long way from the grass beds of Sibudu, yet the goal remains the same: to find a place where the world disappears and the body can finally become as light as a dream. As humanity reached beyond the atmospheric veil of Earth and into the silent vacuum of the cosmos, we encountered a fundamental biological challenge: how to rest in an environment where gravity is absent and the ancestral rhythms of day and night no longer exist. In the microgravity environment of the International Space Station, the act of sleeping undergoes a radical transformation. There is no up and no down. There is no weight to press the body against a mattress, and no heavy blanket to provide the sensory security of the ground. Instead, astronauts find themselves floating in a perpetual state of falling, a condition that forces the brain to recalibrate every instinctual understanding of what it means to be at rest. This era of orbital sleep represents the ultimate test of human circadian resilience, proving that our biological clocks are deeply tethered to the rotation of the planet we left behind. The physical architecture of sleep in space is a study in clinical isolation. To prevent themselves from drifting into delicate equipment or colliding with fellow crew members, astronauts must zip themselves into sleeping bags tethered to the walls of small, vertical sleep stations, about the size of a telephone booth. Without the downward pull of gravity, the fluid in the human body shifts toward the head, leading to a phenomenon known as puffy face syndrome. This fluid shift creates a constant state of nasal congestion and increased intracranial pressure, making the onset of sleep a struggle against a body that feels fundamentally out of place. Furthermore, the vestibular system, the internal leveling device of the inner ear, becomes confused in weightlessness, often sending signals of tumbling or spinning to the brain just as the individual attempts to surrender to the night. The most significant challenge, however, is the total collapse of the light-dark cycle. On the International Space Station, the crew experiences 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets every 24 hours as they orbit the Earth at 17,500 miles per hour. This rapid-fire cycling of light is a sensory assault on the suprachiasmatic nucleus, the master clock of the brain. Without the steady, 24-hour signal of the sun, the production of melatonin becomes erratic. To combat this cosmic insomnia, space agencies utilize sophisticated LED lighting systems designed to mimic the shifting spectrum of Earth's daylight, blue-enriched light for the morning and amber-toned light for the evening. Despite these interventions, the average astronaut sleeps only about 6 hours per night, a state of chronic deprivation that is managed with military precision. The psychological toll of sleeping in a metal tube, surrounded by the lethal silence of the void, is immense. Every sound, the hum of the life support fans, the thud of a solar array adjusting, the whisper of the hull, is a potential signal of catastrophe. Yet within this high-stress environment, the dreaming mind remains remarkably active. Astronauts often report dreams of gravity, vivid hallucinations of walking on grass, feeling the weight of their own limbs, or the simple sensation of rain falling. These dreams are the brain's attempt to maintain its terrestrial identity in a world where the ground has been stripped away. The study of sleep in space is not just about keeping explorers alert. It is about understanding the profound biological bond between the human spirit and the Earth. It reminds us that no matter how far we travel among the stars, our souls still beat to the rhythmic, 24-hour heart of the world that birthed us. There is a moment in the modern medical experience that remains one of the most profound and unsettling transitions a human being can undergo. It begins with a sterile mask, a soft instruction to count backward from 10, and a sudden, absolute erasure of existence. To the casual observer, the patient on the operating table appears to be in a deep, peaceful slumber. But beneath the surface of the skin, the neurological reality is far more complex and far more alien. This is the mystery of general anesthesia, a state that humanity has utilized for over 180 years, yet one that we are only now beginning to fully decode. Despite the common terminology, anesthesia is not sleep. It is a sophisticated, pharmacologically induced coma, a chemical suspension of the self that bears almost no resemblance to the rhythmic, restorative cycles of the natural night. The fundamental difference between natural sleep and anesthesia lies in the brain's ability to respond to the environment. Sleep is a dynamic, active process where the brain remains connected to the body, carefully cycling through the stages of NREM and REM to perform vital maintenance. Even in the deepest sleep, the brain is listening for a smoke alarm or a child's cry. Anesthesia, however, is a state of total sensory disconnection. It works by targeting specific receptors in the brain, most notably the GABA receptors, to create a global dampening of neural communication. In this state, the thalamocortical loop, the bridge between the sensory gateway and the conscious mind, is effectively broken. The brain is not resting, it is silenced. It is a landscape of flatline electrical activity that more closely mimics a reversible state of death than a night of rest. The history of this chemical darkness is a dark tale of trial and error. Before the mid-19th century, surgery was a trauma of unshielded agony. The discovery of ether in 1846 and later chloroform provided the first escape from the blade, but at a terrifying cost. These early gases were blunt instruments that often walked the razor-thin line between unconsciousness and permanent cardiac arrest. Modern anesthesia, by contrast, is a symphony of precision. It involves a cocktail of 3 distinct classes of drugs: hypnotics for unconsciousness, analgesics for pain relief, and paralytics to ensure the body remains motionless. This triple lock system ensures that while the surgeon performs their work, the patient's mind is exiled to a place where time and pain do not exist. It is a mastery of the nervous system that allows us to bypass the body's most primal survival instincts. Perhaps the most haunting aspect of anesthesia is the erasure of time. When we wake from a natural sleep, we possess a vague, biological sense of the hours that have passed. We have moved through the narrative of our dreams. But waking from anesthesia is a jarring, instantaneous jump across a void. There is no dream, no memory, and no passage of time. One moment the mask is lowered, and the next, you are in the recovery room, often hours later. This total loss of autonomic consciousness, the ability to perceive oneself in time, proves just how radically these chemicals alter the fundamental structure of the human soul. Anesthesia is the ultimate proof that the self is a biological construct that can be switched off with a single molecule. It is a vital tool of mercy, a chemical shield against suffering, but it remains a reminder of the fragility of the light we call consciousness. For the modern human, the darkness of the bedroom is often a source of frustration or a mere absence of light. But deep within the folds of the cerebral cortex, the night remains a territory of primal terror. This is the domain of the nightmare, a complex neurological construct that has haunted the human species since we first sought shelter in the caves of the Pleistocene. To understand why we fear the dark, we must look beyond the shadows of the room and into the biological engine of the brain. The nightmare is not a malfunction of the mind. It is a sophisticated survival mechanism, a legacy of an era when the night was not a time of leisure, but a high-stakes battle for existence. This section explores the threat simulation theory and the specific neural pathways that transform a peaceful rest into a landscape of visceral dread. The primary architect of the nightmare is the amygdala, an almond-shaped cluster of neurons located deep within the temporal lobe. While the prefrontal cortex, the seat of logic and reason, is largely suppressed during REM sleep, the amygdala remains hyperactive. This creates a state of emotional unmasking. Without the moderating influence of the rational mind, the amygdala is free to process raw, unfiltered fear. It scans the archives of our memories, searching for the most potent threats to our safety. When we dream of being pursued by a predator, falling from a great height, or losing a loved one, we are experiencing the amygdala's attempt to prepare us for the worst-case scenarios of the waking world. According to the threat simulation theory, pioneered by cognitive neuroscientist Antti Raivansuo, nightmares serve as a virtual reality training ground for survival. By forcing the dreamer to confront life-threatening situations in the safety of sleep, the brain rehearses the necessary motor responses and emotional regulations required to handle real-world danger. Evolutionary data suggests that those of our ancestors who had more frequent and vivid threat dreams were actually better equipped to survive encounters with real predators. The nightmare, therefore, is a form of cognitive insurance. It is the brain's way of ensuring that even in the modern world of steel and glass, we do not lose the ancient, lightning-fast reflexes that kept the human race alive for 100,000 years. However, the architecture of the nightmare can sometimes overlap with the waking world in a phenomenon known as sleep paralysis or the old hag syndrome. This occurs when the brain transitions between REM and wakefulness, but fails to immediately switch off the muscle atonia that prevents us from acting out our dreams. The individual finds themselves fully conscious, but unable to move a single limb, often accompanied by vivid hallucinations of a presence in the room, a shadow figure, a demon, or a weight pressing on the chest. This is the brain's attempt to rationalize the feeling of paralysis during a state of high alertness. It is the ultimate expression of the psychological night, a moment where the ancient fear of the unseen predator becomes a physical, terrifying reality. Finally, we must consider the melatonin paradox. While melatonin is the hormone that induces sleep, it also deepens the intensity of the REM cycle. For many, the very chemical that grants them rest also opens the door to more vivid and disturbing visions. This reminds us that the night is a balanced ecosystem. We cannot have the profound, restorative peace of sleep without also acknowledging the dark, creative power of the subconscious. To fear the dark is to be human. It is a sign that our internal guardians are still at their posts, watching over the flame of our consciousness in a world that is still, at its core, filled with mysteries. The nightmare is not an enemy to be defeated, but a dark teacher that reminds us of the fragility and the resilience of the life we lead under the sun. The silence of the night is a grand illusion. Even in the most remote corners of the wilderness or the most insulated chambers of a modern skyscraper, the human ear is never truly offline. Evolution has ensured that our sense of hearing remains a vigilant sentinel, a biological alarm system that stays active while the rest of the senses retreat into the shadows of sleep. However, in the industrial and digital era, the acoustic landscape of our rest has become a battlefield of jagged frequencies and sudden disruptions. To reclaim the peace of the dark, humanity has turned to a peculiar form of sonic therapy, the intentional use of constant, unvarying sound. This is the science of white noise and its colorful cousins, a journey into the hidden frequencies that can either shatter our rest or cocoon our brains in a protective blanket of vibration. At the heart of sonic sleep is the concept of the startle response. The human brain is not necessarily woken up by the volume of a sound, but by its inconsistency. A steady hum of 20 decibels may be ignored, while a sudden snap of a twig or the distant slam of a car door at the same volume can trigger an immediate surge of cortisol. This is where white noise performs its neurological magic. White noise is defined as a sound that contains every frequency within the range of human hearing, approximately 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz, distributed with equal intensity. By filling the acoustic environment with a dense, unbroken wall of sound, white noise effectively masks sudden changes in the environment. It reduces the signal-to-noise ratio, making the sharp spikes of the outside world invisible to the sleeping brain. However, as our understanding of auditory neuroscience has deepened, we have discovered that white is not the only color of the night. There is pink noise, often described as the sound of steady rain or wind through leaves. Unlike the harsh, static hiss of white noise, pink noise follows a mathematical pattern known as 1/f, where the power decreases as the frequency increases. To the human ear, this sounds more natural and balanced. Recent studies at Northwestern University have shown that listening to pink noise during deep sleep can actually synchronize brain waves, enhancing the duration of slow-wave sleep and improving memory retention. Then there is brown noise, a deep, rumbling frequency reminiscent of a distant thunderstorm or the low roar of the ocean. Brown noise penetrates the deeper reaches of our psyche, providing a sense of grounding and security that can be particularly effective for those with high levels of nocturnal anxiety. The gateway for these sounds is the thalamus, the brain's relay station. During the night, the thalamus acts as a filter, deciding which sensory inputs are important enough to alert the conscious mind. When we introduce a consistent sonic anchor like pink or brown noise, we are essentially giving the thalamus a repetitive task that allows it to lower its guard. The brain enters a state of acoustic entrainment, where the internal neural rhythms begin to mirror the external sound waves. This creates a stable environment for the delicate transitions between NREM and REM cycles. We are, at our core, rhythmic creatures. From the beating of our hearts to the firing of our neurons, we seek patterns. By harnessing the power of the sonic night, we are not just drowning out the world. We are providing our minds with a steady, vibratory floor upon which the complex architecture of sleep can be safely built. For the entirety of human existence, sleep has been a biological imperative, a dark, uncontrollable ocean we are forced to cross every single night. We have accepted its duration, its quality, and its dreams as factors largely beyond our conscious control. However, as we stand on the precipice of the 21st century's neurological revolution, this passive relationship is about to end. The future of sleep is not about resting more. It is about resting better through the direct application of technology to the human brain. This is the dawn of the optimized night, an era where sleep passes from the realm of mystery into the realm of engineering. The goal is no longer just recovery, it is enhancement. We are moving from a natural state of slumber to a curated state of neurosleep, where every cycle, every brainwave, and every dream is monitored, modulated, and maximized for peak performance. The first wave of this revolution is already upon us in the form of non-invasive neurostimulation. We are seeing the rise of closed-loop systems sophisticated headbands and electrode arrays that listen to the brain's electrical activity in real time. When these devices detect the onset of deep, slow-wave sleep, they deliver precisely timed acoustic pulses or gentle electrical currents, transcranial direct current stimulation, to the scalp. These subthreshold signals act like a metronome for the brain, boosting the amplitude of slow waves and deepening the restorative power of sleep without waking the user. Early trials suggest these technologies can enhance memory consolidation for older adults by up to 30%. This is the beginning of sleep as a service, where the quality of your rest is guaranteed by an algorithm that actively manages your neural architecture while you lie unconscious. Further on the horizon lies the potential for targeted memory reactivation, or TMR. This technology turns sleep into an active learning phase. By pairing a specific sound or scent with a learning task during the day, say, studying a new language, and then replaying that same cue precisely during slow-wave sleep at night, the brain is triggered to strengthen those specific neural memories. The bedroom of the future becomes a passive classroom, where skills are consolidated and knowledge is etched into the neocortex without any conscious effort. We are approaching a time when we may be able to download proficiency in a skill simply by sleeping through the right program. The most speculative, yet perhaps inevitable, frontier is the concept of sleep compression. If we can use neural implants, direct interfaces with the brain's cortex, to artificially induce and sustain the most efficient stages of NREM and REM sleep, could we reduce the biological necessity of 8 hours down to 4 or 5? If the junk sleep, the light transitional stages, can be eliminated, humanity could potentially reclaim billions of hours of productivity. However, this race for efficiency raises profound ethical and existential questions. If sleep becomes a technological product, will high-quality rest become a luxury available only to the wealthy, creating a new class divide between the sleep-rich and the sleep-poor? And in hacking the night, do we risk losing the essential, untamed wilderness of the human subconscious that has fueled our creativity and spirituality for 200,000 years? For the vast majority of human history, sleep was a biological constant that existed outside the realm of commerce. It was a period of non-participation, a daily withdrawal from the world of trade and labor. However, in the hyper-capitalist landscape of the 21st century, the night has been transformed into one of the most lucrative frontiers on Earth. We have entered the era of the sleep industrial complex, where the simple act of resting has been rebranded as a luxury commodity. The economics of sleep is a story of two halves: the staggering financial cost of our collective exhaustion and the multi-billion-dollar industry that has risen to sell us the very peace we have sacrificed for productivity. As the boundaries between the office and the bedroom dissolve, the night is no longer a sanctuary. It is a market. The first dimension of this economic reality is the invisible tax of sleep deprivation. Modern economists have begun to calculate the precise impact of exhaustion on the gross domestic product of nations. The numbers are nothing short of cataclysmic. In the United States alone, the cost of lost productivity, absenteeism, and healthcare expenses related to poor sleep is estimated to exceed $400 billion every single year. Japan, a culture famous for its salaryman exhaustion, loses approximately $138 billion annually, or nearly 3% of its total GDP. Globally, the cost of a tired workforce is measured in the trillions. We are a civilization that is literally paying a fortune for the privilege of staying awake, trading the long-term health of our economies for the short-term illusion of a 24/7 marketplace. To counter this epidemic of wakefulness, a massive global market has emerged, promising to buy back the rest we have lost. This industry is currently valued at over $80 billion, and is projected to surpass $130 billion within the next decade. This sleep market, encompasses everything from high-tech memory foam mattresses and smart pillows to an explosion in the sales of melatonin supplements and pharmaceutical sedatives. We are seeing a shift where sleep is treated like an elite performance metric. For the wealthy, the night is an opportunity for biohacking, utilizing thousands of dollars worth of wearable technology, cooling pads, and soundproof chambers to ensure every minute of rest is optimized for the next day's competition. Meanwhile, the working class continues to suffer from the sleep gap, where the quality of one's rest is determined by their tax bracket. The final, and perhaps most unsettling economic development is the rise of the attention economy and its war on the subconscious. Streaming giants, social media platforms, and gaming companies now openly admit that their primary competitor is not other companies, but sleep itself. Every hour a human spends unconscious is an hour of lost revenue for the digital world. This has led to the design of algorithms specifically engineered to exploit our biological vulnerabilities, keeping our brains in a state of high arousal long after the sun has set. We are witnessing the ultimate colonization of the human spirit, a world where our very dreams are being squeezed for data and our rest is being auctioned off to the highest bidder. The economics of sleep reveals a profound truth about our current era, that in the pursuit of infinite growth, we have finally attempted to liquidate the only thing that was once truly free, the dark. When we descend into the depths of the night, we do not merely close our eyes. We initiate a profound reconfiguration of our entire sensory apparatus. For the duration of our ionic waking lives, our senses are the primary conduits of reality, funneling millions of bits of data from the external world into the processing centers of the brain. But as we surrender to sleep, a biological iron curtain descends. This is the sensory gatekeeping phase, a vital protective mechanism that prevents the chaos of the environment from shattering the delicate internal labor of the night. However, this gatekeeping is not a total silencing. Instead, it is a sophisticated filtering process where certain senses are muffled, while others are redirected to fuel the vivid, internal theater of our dreams. The night is not an absence of sensation. It is a shift from the objective to the subjective, where the brain stops listening to the world and starts listening to itself. The master architect of this sensory redirection is the thalamus. Located deep in the center of the brain, the thalamus acts as a grand relay station, the switchboard through which almost all sensory information must pass before it reaches the conscious cortex. During sleep, the thalamus undergoes a radical change in its firing patterns. It begins to produce sleep spindles, bursts of rhythmic electrical activity that effectively block out incoming signals from the ears, the skin, and the eyes. This is why a person can sleep through the distant hum of traffic or the gentle weight of a blanket. The thalamus decides what is a threat and what is background, protecting the integrity of our rest. However, this gate is not impenetrable. A sudden, sharp sound or a specific, meaningful signal, like the cry of one's own child, can bypass the filter, forcing the thalamus to snap the brain back into a state of high alertness in a matter of milliseconds. While external sight is the first sense to be deactivated, the internal eye remains remarkably active. During REM sleep, the primary visual cortex is flooded with electrical pulses originating not from the retinas, but from the brainstem. This is why our dreams are so visually saturated, often more vibrant and surreal than anything we encounter under the sun. We are seeing without light, processing complex narratives in total darkness. Interestingly, the sense of smell possesses a unique biological status in this nocturnal landscape. Unlike sight or hearing, the olfactory system is directly connected to the limbic system, the seat of emotion and memory, bypassing the primary filtering of the thalamus. This means that while we may be less likely to wake up from a faint smell, the scents in our environment can directly color the emotional tone of our dreams. A drift of lavender may induce a peaceful narrative, while the smell of smoke can trigger a nightmare of fire long before the sleeper consciously wakes. The sense of touch also undergoes a peculiar transformation. While the muscles are paralyzed during REM sleep to prevent us from acting out our dreams, the skin remains a sensitive boundary. We have all experienced how the physical environment can be incorporated into a dream, the sensation of a cold breeze becoming a dream of a blizzard, or a cramped limb becoming a dream of being trapped. This proves that even in our deepest retreat, the body and the mind remain in a constant, albeit distorted, dialogue. The sleep of the senses is not a void. It is a highly selective state of vigilance. We have evolved to be deaf to the mundane but sensitive to the vital. This biological filter ensures that while we explore the infinite landscapes of the subconscious, we remain tethered to the physical world, ready to return to our bodies the moment the darkness of the room demands our attention once again. While the human experience of sleep is often characterized by a total withdrawal into a safe, darkened room, the rest of the animal kingdom faces a much more perilous reality. In the wild, to sleep is to be vulnerable. It is a period where the boundary between life and death is at its thinnest. To navigate this danger, nature has engineered a breathtaking array of nocturnal strategies that defy our traditional definitions of rest. From the depths of the ocean to the high altitudes of migratory paths, animals have developed biological workarounds that allow them to recover without ever fully letting down their guard. This is the study of comparative sleep, a window into the primal necessity of the night and the extraordinary lengths to which evolution will go to protect the spark of consciousness. One of the most remarkable adaptations in the natural world is unihemispheric slow-wave sleep. This is the primary strategy of cetaceans, such as dolphins and whales, as well as several species of birds. Unlike humans, whose entire brain enters sleep simultaneously, these creatures sleep with only half of their brain at a time. In a dolphin, one hemisphere of the brain will exhibit the deep, rhythmic waves of slow-wave sleep, while the other remains fully awake and alert. This allowed them to solve two existential problems: the need to surfacing periodically to breathe, and the need to stay vigilant against predators like sharks. The eye connected to the awake hemisphere remains open, scanning the dark water for movement. After about icky hours, the brain performs a hemispheric switch, allowing the tired side to rest while the other takes over the watch. This proves that sleep is not an all-or-nothing state, but a modular function that can be partitioned for survival. The duration of sleep across species also reveals a profound connection between diet, size, and safety. There is no universal eight-hour rule in nature. At one extreme, we find the little brown bat, which spends nearly yummy hours of every 24-hour cycle in a state of deep torpor, hidden away in the safety of a cave. At the other extreme, the African elephant, a massive herbivore that must spend most of its day foraging, survives on as little as icky hours of sleep, often taken while standing up. Predators, generally being safer in their environments, tend to sleep much longer than their prey. A lion may lounge in a state of rest for on besh to yummy hours, while a deer or a horse must snatch minutes of sleep in brief, vertical intervals, ready to bolt at the slightest vibration in the grass. Migratory birds, such as the great frigate bird, have mastered the art of the nocturnal micronap. During transoceanic flights that can last for weeks, these birds cannot land to rest. Instead, they utilize brief bursts of unihemispheric sleep lasting only 10 to odd seconds while soaring on thermal currents. Even more astonishing is the sleep of the great apes, our closest relatives. The transition from sleeping on narrow tree branches to building stable, elevated platforms or nests was a pivotal moment in primate evolution. These nests provided the physical security necessary for total brain sleep and an expansion of the REM cycle. It is hypothesized that this increase in high-quality, REM-heavy sleep provided the neurological foundation for the rapid expansion of the hominid brain, allowing for the complex problem-solving and social structures that eventually led to the rise of humanity. To understand the sleep of the animal is to understand the raw, unedited requirements of life, a reminder that while the form of the night changes, the debt of rest must always be paid. When the sun retreats and the deep shadows of the evening begin to colonize the forest floor, a silence falls that is far from empty. We often perceive the botanical world as a static backdrop to the frantic lives of animals, but beneath the bark and within the cells of every leaf, a profound rhythmic transformation is taking place. This is the sleep of the forest, a complex manifestation of the plant's circadian rhythm. For hundreds of millions of years, plants have possessed the extraordinary ability to sense the rotation of the planet, preparing for the arrival of darkness long before the last ray of light vanishes. They are not merely passive recipients of the sun. They are active, chronological beings that possess an internal clock as sophisticated as any found in the animal kingdom. The scientific journey into plant sleep began in the year Bin Yedi Uz Yemidokas, 1729, with a French astronomer named Jean-Jacques Dortus de Marin. He noticed that the Mimosa pudica plant folded its leaves at sunset and opened them at dawn. To test if this was simply a reaction to light, he placed the plant in total, perpetual darkness. To his astonishment, the mimosa continued to open and close its leaves on a precise Yemi-dirt 24-hour cycle, even without the sun as a guide. This proved that plants possess an endogenous biological clock, an internal oscillator that governs their life cycles. Today, we know that every single cell in a plant contains a network of clock genes that synchronize the organism with the cosmic rhythm of the Earth. The physical expression of this rhythm is known as nyctinasty. As night falls, many plants undergo a dramatic repositioning of their foliage. Leaves droop, petals close, and stems shift their angle. This is not a sign of wilting, but a strategic maneuver. By folding their leaves, plants reduce their surface area, preventing the loss of vital heat and moisture during the cold night hours. Furthermore, this nocturnal posture may serve as a defense mechanism, making it harder for herbivores to locate and consume the most tender parts of the plant in the dark. At the microscopic level, the stomata, the tiny pores on the underside of leaves, close tightly. The intense chemical labor of photosynthesis is suspended, and the plant shifts into a state of cellular repair and resource allocation, preparing for the metabolic explosion of the coming dawn. The forest at night is a collective breathing organism. While the trees do not dream in the neurological sense, they participate in a massive, synchronized shift in the Earth's atmosphere. During the night, the forest becomes a source of carbon dioxide rather than a sink, as the plants engage in mitochondrial respiration. This rhythmic breath of the green world is so powerful that it causes measurable fluctuations in the global concentration of gases. The forest does not simply wait for the morning, it actively builds itself in the dark. Growth hormones are often most active during the night, as the plant utilizes the energy stored during the day to expand its roots and strengthen its trunk. To walk through a forest at midnight is to stand in the presence of a silent, monumental labor. It is a reminder that the night is not a period of stasis for life on Earth, but a vital phase of reconstruction and resilience that sustains the entire biosphere. For the modern human, the act of going to bed is often perceived as a simple routine of domestic comfort. We rarely consider the complex, multi-layered interface that exists between our skin and the environment during the 8 hours of our nightly exile. However, the architecture of bedding is a profound science, a delicate orchestration of materials designed to solve one of evolution's most persistent problems, thermoregulation. As we descend into sleep, the human body undergoes a dramatic physiological shift, surrendering its ability to maintain its own temperature with precision. The mattress, the sheet, and the pillow are not mere decorations. They are the externalized organs of our survival, a soft technology that manages the invisible exchange of heat, moisture, and pressure. To understand the science of bedding is to understand the physical frontier where biology meets the machine age. The primary challenge of the nocturnal environment is the sleep onset temperature drop. To initiate deep sleep, the human core temperature must decrease by approximately to icky degrees Celsius. This heat must be dissipated through the skin, particularly through the hands and feet. This is where the physics of fabrics becomes vital. For millennia, we relied on organic wool and heavy furs, materials that provided warmth but often trapped moisture. The modern era has introduced the science of thread counts and moisture-wicking polymers. A high-quality Egyptian cotton sheet, for instance, is engineered at the microscopic level to optimize breathability. The weave allows for a specific rate of air circulation that assists the body in shedding its heat, creating a microclimate that stays within the narrow Goldilocks zone of thermal comfort. Without this precise management, the brain is repeatedly jarred into a state of low-level arousal, shattering the integrity of the REM and slow-wave cycles. The architecture of the pillow represents the final, most critical component of this cranial sanctuary. The human head, weighing approximately to kilograms, requires a support system that maintains the alignment of the cervical spine. If the pillow is too high or too low, the muscles of the neck remain in a state of perpetual tension, preventing the deep physical surrender required for restorative rest. Modern neuroergonomics has led to the development of contoured memory foams and cooling gel infusions, materials that respond to the heat of the skull to create a personalized mold of the sleeper's anatomy. This is the cradle of the mind, a stable platform that ensures the blood flow to the brain remains unobstructed during the high-speed data processing of our dreams. In the 21st century, we are no longer just sleeping on feathers. We are resting on a calibrated instrument of orthopedic precision. Furthermore, the recent rise of the weighted blanket has introduced the concept of proprioceptive input to the bedroom. By applying a consistent, heavy pressure across the body, usually between Yeti and on kilogram, these blankets trigger the release of serotonin and decrease the production of cortisol. This deep pressure stimulation mimics the sensation of being held or swaddled, a primal signal of safety that calms the nervous system and anchors the sleeper in the physical world. This is the ultimate merger of psychology and material science. We have created an environment that is not just soft, but emotionally intelligent. The architecture of modern sleep is a testament to our desire to engineer the perfect night, turning the bedroom into a high-performance laboratory where the textures of our existence are refined to ensure the soul can travel through the dark with absolute security. The transition into the world is the most violent sensory awakening a human being will ever experience. From the muffled aquatic serenity of the womb, the newborn is suddenly thrust into a landscape of blinding light, sharp sounds, and the relentless pull of gravity. To process this overwhelming influx of data, the infant mind retreats into a state of nearly perpetual slumber. But this is not the passive rest of the adult. It is an intense, constructive labor. In the first months of life, a human infant spends approximately 16 to 18 hours a day asleep, and a staggering 50 to 80% of that time is spent in REM sleep. For an adult, REM occupies only 20 to 25% of the night. This biological discrepancy reveals a profound truth. In the dawn of our existence, the primary purpose of sleep is not to rest the brain, but to build it. The reason for this intense focus on REM sleep lies in a critical neurological process known as synaptogenesis. During the brief hours of wakefulness, the infant's brain acts as a biological sponge, absorbing millions of raw sensory impressions: the scent of the mother's skin, the shifting gradients of light, and the melodic fluctuations of a lullaby. However, these neural connections are initially fragile and disorganized. It is during the long hours of REM sleep that the brainstem sends massive bursts of electrical activity to the cortex, effectively test-firing the neural circuits that will eventually govern sight, sound, and touch. This is a form of endogenous stimulation. The brain is creating its own internal world to practice for the external one, weaving the raw materials of existence into a coherent mental map. Without this nocturnal labor, the human mind would remain a fragmented collection of sensory noise. What do these tiny travelers see when they dream? While we cannot interview a newborn, neuroscience suggests that infant dreams are fundamentally different from the narrative, complex journeys of the adult mind. An infant lacks the autobiographical self, the sense of a central character that anchors a story. Therefore, their dreams are likely a kaleidoscope of pure, visceral sensation. They are dreams of warmth, of the rhythmic thud of a heartbeat, of the tactile texture of a blanket, and the intense, primordial feelings of hunger and satiation. There are no plots, no monsters, and no language, only the building blocks of consciousness being meticulously assembled in the dark. The infant's dream is the silent prelude to the symphony of the human soul, a period where the foundations of memory and perception are laid down one synapse at a time. As the child grows, the architecture of their sleep begins to shift, reflecting the changing needs of the developing mind. By the age of 2 or 3, the percentage of REM sleep drops toward the adult levels, and the brain enters a phase of synaptic pruning. In this stage, the brain begins to thin out the unnecessary connections, creating a more efficient and logical neural network. This transition marks the end of the dream infancy and the beginning of the narrative childhood, where dreams begin to take on the symbolic and storytelling qualities of the waking world. We must view the sleep of an infant with a sense of profound awe. Within that stillness is a storm of creation. Every twitch of a newborn's hand and every flicker of their eyes beneath the lids is a signal that a new universe is being mapped. To protect the sleep of a child is to protect the very process of becoming human. In the profound stillness of the night, there is perhaps no phenomenon more jarring to a witness than the sound of a human voice rising from the depths of unconsciousness. To hear a person speak while they are ostensibly gone from the world is to encounter a ghost in the machine. It is a moment where the wall between the private theater of the mind and the external world momentarily crumbles. This is somnoloquy, or sleep talking, a parasomnia that has fascinated and unnerved humanity for millennia. Long before modern science, these nocturnal utterances were viewed as prophetic revelations or the forced confession of secret sins. Today, we understand that somnoloquy is a complex neurological glitch. It is a temporary failure of the brain's motor inhibition system that allows the fragments of our internal narratives to leak into the physical realm. It is a bridge built of whispers, connecting the silent landscape of the dream to the waking air. The neurological mechanism behind sleep talking is centered on the struggle between the brain's desire to dream and its duty to remain paralyzed. During a normal night, the brainstem sends signals to inhibit the motor neurons, creating a state of atonia that prevents us from acting out our dreams. However, this inhibition is not always absolute. Somnoloquy occurs when the switch that governs our speech muscles briefly bypasses this paralysis. This can happen during any stage of sleep, but the nature of the speech changes depending on the depth of the night. In the lighter stages of non-rapid eye movement sleep, the speech is often fragmented. It consists of simple moans or isolated words. But in the vivid intensity of the rapid eye movement stage, the utterances can become remarkably clear and complex. The brain attempts to synchronize its verbal output with the high-speed imagery of a dream, resulting in full sentences that carry the weight of a hidden reality. A fascinating linguistic study conducted in the year 2017 analyzed the speech patterns of hundreds of sleep talkers. It revealed that the grammar of the night is surprisingly sophisticated. Researchers discovered that the most common word spoken in sleep is the word no. This suggests that the night is a landscape of negation and resistance. Furthermore, sleep talking often follows the rules of normal conversation, including pauses for a silent interlocutor to respond. Even while unconscious, the brain maintains its social programming, simulating a dialogue with the entities that inhabit the subconscious. Despite the complexity of these sentences, it is a scientific consensus that sleep talking is not a truth serum. The utterances are usually untethered from reality. They represent a chaotic blend of daily residues and symbolic dream logic rather than a coherent confession of waking secrets. The mind is not revealing its truths, it is merely rehearsing its fictions. The prevalence of somnoloquy is highest in children. Approximately 50% of young children talk in their sleep as their nervous systems undergo rapid development. As the brain matures and the inhibitory systems become more robust, this frequency typically drops to about 5% in the adult population. However, for some, the habit persists throughout their lives. It is often triggered by stress, fever, or extreme sleep deprivation. While generally harmless, chronic and aggressive sleep talking can sometimes be a sign of intense psychological pressure. To witness somnoloquy is to be reminded that the mind is never truly silent. Even in its deepest retreat, the human brain continues to narrate its own existence. It whispers its fears and desires into the uncaring air of the night, proving that the dialogue of the soul never truly ceases. The structure of sleep talking also reveals the hierarchy of the brain. During the transition between sleep stages, the brain is in a state of flux. This is where the most nonsensical mutterings occur. But as the person enters deeper REM sleep, the speech becomes more emotional. The amygdala, which processes fear and intense feelings, is highly active during this time. This is why sleep talking often sounds urgent or distressed. It is the sound of the emotional brain speaking without the filter of the rational cortex. We are hearing the raw, unedited voice of the subconscious. It is a glimpse into a world where the rules of logic are suspended, and only the intensity of the feeling remains. Every mumbled word is a testament to the incredible activity that occurs within us while we appear to be at rest. For as long as humanity has sought the sanctuary of sleep, the shadows have harbored threats that necessitated a vigilant protector. In our ancestral past, the campfire was not merely a source of warmth. It was a fragile barrier of light against the prowling predators of the prehistoric night. This was the origin of the night watch, a fundamental societal structure born from the absolute vulnerability of the sleeping body. To sleep is to perform an act of total trust. It is a surrender of every defense. Throughout the ages, civilization has evolved complex systems of security to guard this surrender, turning the lonely sentinel of the tribe into the professionalized urban watches of the ancient and medieval worlds. This is the history of those who remained awake so that the rest of the world could dream in safety, and the profound social contract written in the silence of the dark. The evolution of this role mirrors the evolution of society itself, moving from a survival instinct to a sophisticated mechanism of urban order. The first organized professionalization of the night watch occurred in ancient Rome with the establishment of the Vigiles Urbani in the year 6 Anno Domini by Emperor Augustus. These watchmen of the city were a paramilitary force of 7,000 men whose primary duty was to guard the sleeping capital against its two greatest nocturnal enemies, fire and crime. Armed with buckets, ladders, and basic weaponry, the Vigiles patrolled the dark alleys of Rome, acting as a human nervous system that never slept. They were the biological ancestors of our modern emergency services, proving that the stability of an empire was directly dependent on the security of its citizens' rest. In Rome, the night was not a lawless void but a regulated territory, overseen by the watchful eyes of those who sacrificed their own circadian health for the common good. Their presence provided a psychological anchor, allowing the citizens of the world's greatest metropolis to surrender to the depths of NREM sleep without fear. During the Middle Ages, the night watch took on a more symbolic and communal character. In the walled cities of Europe, the watchman became a central figure of the nocturnal landscape. Often carrying a lantern and a halberd, the watchman would walk the cobblestone streets, calling out the hour and the state of the weather. This ritual, known as the watchman's cry, served a dual purpose. It provided a sonic anchor for those who woke in the middle of the night, reassuring them that they were not alone in the dark, and it served as a deterrent to the night walkers who sought to exploit the silence. The watchman was the guardian of the city's soul, the one who bore the weight of the collective subconscious while the town slept. However, this role was often relegated to the lower rungs of society, the outcasts and the poor, marking the beginning of a class-based divide where the privilege of a full night's sleep was protected by those who could least afford to lose it. The darkness was managed by those who lived within it, creating a social hierarchy defined by the timing of rest. The Industrial Revolution eventually replaced the human watchman with the mechanical and electronic systems we rely on today. The flickering lantern was traded for the gas lamp, and then the electric street light, effectively colonizing the night and reducing the perceived need for a human guardian of the shadows. As cities became illuminated 24 hours a day, the role of the night watch transformed into the modern police force and private security firms. Yet, the biological legacy of the night watch remains within us. Neuroscience has identified the first night effect, a phenomenon where one hemisphere of the brain remains more alert when we sleep in an unfamiliar environment. This is our internal sentinel, a vestigial remnant of the era when we were our own watchmen, always listening for a snapped twig or an approaching footstep. The history of the night watch reminds us that security is not just a matter of locks and alarms. It is a primal human requirement. We have always needed a light in the dark, a witness to the hours of our vulnerability, ensuring that the transition from sunset to sunrise remains a bridge rather than an abyss. Throughout the annals of human history, the most profound breakthroughs in science, art, and literature have often emerged not from the focused intensity of the waking mind, but from the chaotic and uninhibited landscapes of the night. We tend to view creativity as a product of conscious effort, a deliberate act of will that occurs while we are hunched over desks or staring at blank canvases. However, the biological reality is far more mysterious and far more elegant. The night is a laboratory for the impossible, a period where the rigid and often stifling boundaries of logic dissolve, allowing the brain to forge connections that the rational mind would dismiss as absurd or irrelevant. This is the incubation period, a vital phase of the creative process where sleep acts as a master editor and a visionary architect. From the chemical structures of the periodic table to the haunting melodies of timeless symphonies, the sleeping mind has served as the silent and indispensable partner in humanity's greatest achievements. The neurological engine of this nocturnal creativity is centered in the rapid eye movement cycle. During this stage of sleep, the brain experiences a dramatic and unique shift in its neurochemical environment. The levels of noradrenaline, a chemical associated with focus, stress, and analytical thought, drop to their absolute lowest point while the brain remains highly active. This creates a state of fluid association. In the waking world, our thoughts follow well-trodden and efficient neural paths, governed by the demand of the prefrontal cortex for order and sequence. But in the dream state, the prefrontal cortex is effectively deactivated, and the associative centers of the brain take over the controls. This allows the mind to connect distant and seemingly unrelated dots of information, creating the flashes of insight that define genius. It is not that we solve problems in our sleep through logic. It is that we perceive the patterns that were already there, hidden beneath the relentless noise of the day. History is replete with examples of this dream logic in action. Consider the case of Dmitri Mendeleev, who struggled for years to organize the fundamental elements of the universe into a coherent system. After a period of intense exhaustion in the year 1869, he fell into a deep sleep and saw the entire periodic table fall into place in a vivid and structured dream. Upon waking, he immediately wrote it down on a scrap of paper, realizing that his subconscious had performed a feat of organization that his conscious mind could not grasp. Similarly, the legendary musician Paul McCartney famously composed the entire melody for the song Yesterday in a Dream during the year 1964. He woke up with the tune perfectly formed in his mind, and played it on the piano before the memory could vanish back into the void. These are not mere coincidences. They are the direct results of the brain's ability to perform associative cross-pollination, where memories, emotions, and abstract concepts are shuffled and combined into entirely new and revolutionary configurations. The creative incubation provided by sleep is also a primary mechanism for emotional and narrative depth in literature. Mary Shelley's masterpiece, Frankenstein, was born from a waking dream during a restless night in Switzerland in the year 1816. By surrendering to the night, the creator allows their ego to step aside, making room for the raw and symbolic language of the deep mind to speak. This is why many of the world's most successful innovators and artists prioritize sleep not just for physical health, but as a strategic tool for their craft. To sleep is to invite the muse. It is to acknowledge that the most important work of the mind often happens when we are least aware of it. The architecture of inspiration is built in the dark, and every night of rest is an opportunity to return from the shadows with a treasure that the sun could never have revealed on its own. Beyond the creation of new ideas, sleep also serves as a critical filter for artistic refinement. During the hours of rest, the brain performs a process of emotional triage, stripping away the trivial frustrations of a project and leaving behind the core truth of the work. This is why a problem that seems insurmountable in the evening often appears simple and solvable in the morning light. The sleeping mind does not just generate ideas, it polishes them, removing the jagged edges of conscious doubt. In this sense, the night is the ultimate editor, working in the silence of the subconscious to ensure that when we wake, we do so with a clarity of purpose that no amount of forced labor could replicate. The relationship between the creative soul and the night is a sacred one, a perpetual dialogue between the known and the unknown that continues to shape the trajectory of human culture. There is a point in the experience of wakefulness where the light of consciousness ceases to be a gift and becomes a weapon. To deny a human being the sanctuary of sleep is not merely to cause fatigue, it is to initiate a systematic deconstruction of the soul. Throughout history, sleep deprivation has been recognized as one of the most effective and insidious forms of torture, precisely because it leaves no physical scars while utterly annihilating the victim's will and identity. This is the psychological collapse, a state where the brain, starved of the restorative labor of the night, begins to consume itself. When the adenosine pressure reaches a critical mass and the biological debt is called in, the mind enters a twilight zone where the boundary between reality and hallucination dissolves, proving that the light of the sun is only bearable if we are granted the darkness of the night. The physiological descent into this darkness begins after only 24 hours of total wakefulness. At this stage, the brain's cognitive impairment is comparable to a blood alcohol concentration of 0.1%. The prefrontal cortex, responsible for executive function and emotional control, begins to lose its grip on the amygdala. This leads to the emotional seesaw, a state where the individual swings between manic euphoria and deep, inconsolable despair. As the clock moves toward 48 hours, the body enters a state of systemic crisis. The immune system begins to fail, and the levels of inflammatory markers in the blood spike. The brain, desperate for rest, begins to engage in microsleeps, which are uncontrollable bursts of sleep lasting only a few seconds, occurring while the eyes are still open. This is the nervous system's desperate attempt to prevent a total neurological shutdown. The true horror of the mind begins after 72 hours of deprivation. At this threshold, the brain undergoes a phenomenon known as waking REM or REM intrusion. Because the brain has been denied its vital dreaming cycles, it begins to force the dream state into the waking world. The victim begins to see movements in the shadows, hear voices in the white noise, and experience profound paranoia. In the famous case of the American disc jockey Peter Tripp, who stayed awake for 201 hours in the year 1959, his mind eventually fractured into a psychotic state where he believed his own suit was made of snakes. This is not a mental illness in the traditional sense. It is a biological collapse. The blood-brain barrier begins to weaken, allowing toxins that are normally washed away by the glymphatic system to poison the delicate neurons of the cortex. Ethically and historically, the use of sleep deprivation as a coercive interrogation technique reveals the dark side of our understanding of the night. By forcing a prisoner to remain standing or blasting them with constant noise and light, the interrogator is not just seeking information, they are liquidating the victim's capacity for rational thought. The techniques used in modern conflicts are designed to induce a state of learned helplessness, where the mind becomes so desperate for a single minute of unconsciousness that it will trade any secret, any truth, and any dignity for the chance to close its eyes. To witness this paradox is to understand that sleep is the foundation of our humanity. Without it, the intellect perishes, the memory fades, and the person becomes a hollow shell, trapped in a permanent waking nightmare that no sunlight can ever truly cure. The requirement for 7 to 9 hours of sleep is often presented as a universal biological law. For the vast majority of the human population, failing to meet this window leads to immediate cognitive decline and long-term metabolic dysfunction. However, scattered across the globe is a rare group of individuals who seem to exist outside these fundamental constraints. These are the natural short sleepers, people who can function at peak physical and mental capacity on as little as 4 to 6 hours of rest per night, without any of the traditional symptoms of sleep deprivation. For decades, these individuals were dismissed as outliers or practitioners of extreme discipline. Recent breakthroughs in genomic sequencing have revealed a startling truth. Their ability is not a choice, but a gift written in their deoxyribonucleic acid. This is the science of the elite sleeper, a glimpse into a genetic mutation that represents a specialized branch of human neurobiology. The search for the genetic key to short sleep began in the year 2009. Researchers at the University of California identified a specific mutation in a gene known as DEC2. This gene is a transcription factor that helps regulate the human circadian clock. In individuals with this rare mutation, the brain appears to be significantly more efficient at performing the essential maintenance work of the night. While a normal brain requires 8 hours to clear metabolic waste and consolidate memories, the short sleeper brain completes these tasks in nearly half the time. This is not a matter of skipping the necessary stages of sleep. Instead, these individuals experience a highly compressed and intensified version of non-rapid eye movement stage 3 and rapid eye movement sleep. Their neural architecture is simply faster, allowing them to return to the waking world while the rest of humanity is still anchored in the depths of unconsciousness. Since the discovery of DEC2, scientists have identified other critical genetic markers, such as the ADRB1 mutation. This gene affects the way the brainstem manages the transition between wakefulness and sleep. In those with this mutation, the neurons responsible for wakefulness are more resilient and easily activated, while the drive for sleep builds up much more slowly. These individuals are often described as having boundless energy and a resilient disposition. They are frequently high achievers, occupying positions of leadership and creativity, precisely because they possess an extra 30 years of waking life over the course of their existence compared to the average person. This is the temporal dividend, a massive biological advantage that allows the elite sleeper to outwork their peers simply by existing on a different chronological plane. However, the medical community issues a stern warning. The natural short sleeper is an extreme rarity, estimated to represent less than 1% of the population. For everyone else, attempting to mimic this lifestyle through willpower alone is a form of slow-motion suicide. Without the protective genetic mutations, chronic sleep deprivation leads to a catastrophic buildup of toxic proteins and a permanent weakening of the immune system. We cannot train ourselves to be short sleepers. We are either born with the keys to the night, or we are not. As we look toward the future, the study of these super sleepers offers the possibility of pharmacological interventions that could one day allow all of humanity to safely compress their rest. For now, they remain the biological elite, the guardians of the 20-hour day, reminding us that within our genetic code lie the secrets to transcending even our most fundamental limitations. While the biological requirement for sleep is a universal constant for every human being on the planet, the way we experience the night is deeply divided by the invisible borders of culture. We often assume that the way we sleep, 8 hours of uninterrupted rest in a private, darkened room, is the natural and only way to exist. However, a journey across the longitudes of the Earth reveals that sleep is as much a social construct as it is a physiological one. From the bustling streets of Tokyo to the quiet villages of the Mediterranean, the night is managed through a diverse array of traditions, rituals, and societal expectations. This is the geography of sleep, a study of how different civilizations have negotiated their relationship with the shadows, proving that the correct way to sleep is often determined by where you were born rather than what your cells require. The architecture of the home, the timing of the market, and the philosophy of the family all converge to dictate how we surrender to the dark. One of the most profound cultural variations exists in Japan within the phenomenon of inamuri. Translated literally as being present while sleeping, inamuri allows individuals to nap in public spaces, such as on trains, in business meetings, or even in classrooms. Unlike in Western cultures, where sleeping on the job is viewed as a sign of laziness or a lack of discipline, inamuri is often interpreted as a mark of the virtuous exhausted. It signals that a person has worked so hard for so many hours that they have reached the limit of their endurance. It is a form of socially sanctioned unconsciousness that allows the individual to remain part of the collective, while their brain takes a brief and necessary retreat. In Japan, the boundary between wakefulness and sleep is fluid, reflecting a culture that values presence and hard work above the rigid isolation of the bedroom. This practice challenges the Western notion that sleep must be a private, hidden act, revealing a more integrated approach to the cycle of rest and activity. Contrast this with the siesta culture of the Mediterranean and parts of Latin America. Historically rooted in the need to escape the crushing heat of the midday sun, the siesta is a biphasic sleep pattern that divides the day into 2 distinct periods of activity. Between the hours of 2 and 5 in the afternoon, entire cities may fall into a collective hush. While modern globalization and the pressures of the international economy have threatened this tradition, the biological benefits of the afternoon dip remain undeniable. Cultures that embrace the siesta often report lower levels of stress and a higher degree of social cohesion, as the shared pause provides a rhythmic anchor for community life. In these regions, sleep is not a private withdrawal but a communal rhythm, a pause that is respected by the state and the market alike. The siesta reminds us that the human body was not designed for a single, monolithic block of productivity, but for a rhythm that respects the fluctuations of our internal energy. The geography of sleep also reveals a stark divide in the philosophy of co-sleeping. In many Western nations, particularly the United States and the United Kingdom, independent sleep is viewed as a milestone of development and a symbol of individual autonomy. Children are often placed in separate rooms from a very young age, creating a culture of solitary rest. However, in much of Asia, Africa, and Southern Europe, family sleep is the norm. For these cultures, the idea of a child sleeping alone is viewed as a form of isolation and unnecessary stress. Co-sleeping is seen as a vital mechanism for emotional bonding and the transmission of a sense of security. This cultural choice fundamentally alters the architecture of the home and the psychological development of the child. It proves that the bedroom is not just a place for rest, but a laboratory for the values of a society, a space where we teach the next generation whether they are individuals first or part of a collective whole. Even the concept of the consolidated 8-hour night is a relatively recent Western invention. Historical records from the pre-industrial era suggest that humans once practiced segmented sleep, waking in the middle of the night for an hour or two of prayer, reading, or socializing. This first sleep and second sleep pattern was dismantled by the arrival of artificial light and the rigid schedules of the factory floor. By understanding the geography of sleep, we realize that our modern struggles with insomnia and exhaustion are often the result of a mismatch between our biological needs and our cultural mandates. We have forced a diverse, rhythmic process into a standardized box of efficiency. The various traditions of the world offer us a different perspective, suggesting that there are many ways to be human in the dark. To study the geography of sleep is to understand that the night is a territory that we all inhabit, but the maps we use to navigate it are as diverse as the stars above. Since the dawn of human consciousness, the silvery glow of the moon has been the primary architect of the night's mystery. We have long looked to this celestial neighbor as a source of madness, magic, and mythology, coining terms related to lunacy to describe the strange behavioral shifts that seem to accompany its cycles. For decades, modern science dismissed the idea of a lunar effect on human biology as mere folklore or confirmation bias. However, recent and rigorous neurological studies have begun to reveal a haunting truth. Our internal rhythms are not just tethered to the sun, but are also deeply influenced by the phases of the moon. Even in our modern world of artificial light and steel sanctuaries, the cosmic clock above us continues to pull at the tides of our subconscious, proving that we remain at a cellular level children of the lunar cycle. The moon acts as a silent conductor, modulating the depth and duration of our rest from a distance of thousands of miles. The most definitive evidence for this connection emerged from controlled laboratory studies, where participants were kept in environments with no windows and no knowledge of the current lunar phase. Researchers discovered that in the days leading up to a full moon, human sleep patterns undergo a measurable and consistent decline in quality. On average, individuals take 5 minutes longer to fall asleep, and their total sleep duration decreases by approximately 20 minutes. More significantly, the intensity of deep, slow wave sleep, which is the most restorative phase of the night, drops by nearly 30%. These subjects also showed lower levels of evening melatonin, the very hormone that signals the body to prepare for the dark. This suggests that the human brain possesses an endogenous circulunar clock that operates independently of the moon's actual visibility. Our biology remembers the moon even when our eyes cannot see it. From an evolutionary perspective, this lunar insomnia was likely a vital survival mechanism for our ancestors. Before the invention of fire and artificial illumination, the full moon provided the only significant source of nocturnal light. For the early humans on the African savanna, the nights surrounding the full moon were periods of both increased danger and increased opportunity. The extra light allowed predators to hunt more effectively, but it also allowed humans to extend their social and productive hours into the night. By making us more alert and less prone to deep sleep during these periods, evolution ensured that we remained vigilant when the shadows were least protective. We are the descendants of those who stayed awake during the bright nights, their heightened awareness etched into our genetic code as a vestigial remnant of a more perilous era. The restlessness we feel during the full moon is a biological echo of a time when the light of the moon was a matter of life and death. Interestingly, this effect is not uniform across all modern environments. Studies comparing indigenous communities with limited access to electricity to urban populations have shown that while both groups synchronize their sleep with the moon, the effect is more pronounced in natural settings. In these environments, people go to bed much later and sleep significantly less during the nights of the waxing moon, when the moonlight is strongest in the early evening. In the city, The lunar effect is often masked by the relentless glare of light-emitting diode screens and streetlights, yet it still persists as a subtle and underlying frequency. It is a reminder that despite our technological arrogance, we cannot fully sever our connection to the celestial bodies. The moon remains a silent guardian of our nocturnal symphony, a distant master that continues to govern the boundaries of our journey through the dark. As we move toward the final stages of our exploration, we must acknowledge that the night is not just a terrestrial event, but a cosmic one. As the human journey progresses into its final chapters, the relationship with the night undergoes a profound and often distressing transformation. There is a persistent myth that as we age, our biological requirement for sleep diminishes, that the elderly simply need less rest to maintain their health. However, modern neuroscience has revealed a far more complex and somber reality. The elderly do not need less sleep. They are simply less capable of generating the high-quality rest their bodies still crave. The internal architecture of the night, once a robust and seamless cathedral of deep waves and vivid dreams, begins to fragment and decay. This is the erosion of the nocturnal sanctuary, a biological process where the brain's ability to anchor itself in the depths of the dark is slowly compromised by the inexorable march of time. The silence of the bedroom, once a place of restoration, often becomes a landscape of wakeful frustration for those in the twilight of their lives. The primary driver of this decline is the aging of the suprachiasmatic nucleus, the master clock located in the hypothalamus. Over the decades, the neurons within this tiny cluster begin to lose their precision and their structural integrity. The circadian signal, the internal drumbeat that tells the body when to wake and when to wither into sleep, becomes faint and erratic. This leads to a phenomenon known as advanced sleep phase syndrome. The elderly often find themselves overwhelmed by sleepiness as early as 7 or 8 in the evening, only to wake up in the cold and silent hours of 3 or 4 in the morning. This shift is accompanied by a dramatic reduction in the production of melatonin. By the age of 70, the pineal gland produces only a fraction of the hormone it did during adolescence, leaving the brain without its primary chemical signal to initiate and maintain the long journey of the night. Perhaps the most critical loss occurs in the realm of slow-wave sleep. As we age, the power and duration of our deepest and most restorative sleep cycles, known as Stage 3 non-rapid eye movement sleep, begin to collapse. In a young adult, deep sleep is a solid and unbroken block of neurological maintenance. By the age of 60 or 70, these waves are often shallow, fragmented, and easily interrupted. The brain also produces fewer sleep spindles, which are those rapid bursts of activity that act as a sensory barrier against external noise. Consequently, the elderly are forced to exist in a state of environmental hypervigilance, where the slightest creak of a floorboard or a distant siren can snap them back into unwanted wakefulness. They are effectively exiled to the shallows of the night, never truly reaching the profound depths where the body performs its most vital cellular repairs. This loss of deep sleep has profound implications for cognitive health and the prevention of neurodegenerative diseases. As explored in previous chapters, the glymphatic system is the brain's microscopic waste clearance mechanism that operates primarily during slow-wave sleep. When this deep sleep is compromised, the brain is unable to effectively wash away the toxic proteins such as amyloid beta and tau that are linked to Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia. The fragmented sleep of the elderly is not just a lifestyle inconvenience. It is a biological vulnerability that accelerates the aging of the mind itself. However, understanding this decline allows us to develop new strategies for sleep preservation. From light therapy to stabilize the master clock to behavioral interventions that mimic the natural rhythm, we are learning to protect the night for those who have traveled the furthest. To age is to witness the fading of the light, but it should not mean the total loss of the dark. The night remains a vital harbor that must be guarded at every stage of the human story. We have traveled through 60 chapters of the night, exploring the biological, historical, and neurological labyrinth of the sleeping mind. We have seen how sleep repairs the body, how it builds the brain of an infant, and how it serves as a guardian against the chaos of the world. But as we reach the final horizon of this journey, we must confront the most profound mystery of all, the symbolic relationship between sleep and the infinite. Throughout human culture, sleep has been described as the short death, and death as the long sleep. This metaphor is not merely a poetic convenience, it is a reflection of our deepest existential intuition. Sleep is our daily rehearsal for the ultimate surrender, a rhythmic reminder that our consciousness is a flame that requires the darkness to sustain its brilliance. The act of closing our eyes is the most profound gesture of humility a human being can perform, as we voluntarily step away from the world of control and into the world of absolute vulnerability. The paradox of sleep is that it requires the total dissolution of the self to preserve the self. Every night, we voluntarily step off the precipice of our ego, allowing our memories, our worries, and our identities to be swallowed by the shadow. We trust that the biological machinery of our brain will bring us back, that the sun will rise and reassemble the fragments of our soul. This act of trust is the most fundamental human ritual. It connects us to the cosmic cycles of the universe, the expansion and contraction of stars, the ebb and flow of tides, and the pulse of the seasons. To sleep is to acknowledge that we are not separate from the universe, but a part of its breathing, rhythmic fabric. The night is the source code of our existence, the silent background radiation from which all life emerges and to which it eventually returns. When we descend into the deepest stages of sleep, we are touching a state of being that existed long before our birth and will continue long after our departure. In the modern world, we have attempted to conquer the dark, to exile the night with the relentless glare of efficiency and electricity. We have built cities that never sleep and screens that never dim, as if the absence of light were a flaw in the design of the universe. But in doing so, we have forgotten the ancient wisdom of the shadows. The night is not a void to be filled. It is a sanctuary to be honored. It is the only place where the mind is truly free from the expectations of society and the limitations of the physical body. In our dreams, we are timeless. We are travelers of dimensions that the waking eye can never behold. Sleep is the bridge between the finite and the infinite, a biological portal that allows us to touch the eternal every 24 hours. It is a necessary detachment from the material world, a period of spiritual and neurological recalibration that ensures we do not lose our way in the noise of the day. As this documentary concludes, let us view the arrival of the evening not as an end, but as a homecoming. The heavy lids, the slowing breath, and the cooling skin are the signals of a grand return to the source of our being. We do not go to sleep to escape life. We go to sleep to ensure its continuity. The night is the womb of the future, the workshop of the soul, and the silent partner of the sun. Whether we are lost in the vivid theater of a rapid eye movement dream or anchored in the silent depths of a slow wave slumber, we are participating in the most ancient and sacred of all human experiences. The light of the day may define what we do, but the darkness of the night defines who we are. In the end, there is only the rhythm, the beautiful, inevitable pulse of the dark that watches over us all. We are children of the stars, resting in the cradle of the night, waiting for the light to call us back once more into the dance of existence.